All right.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. We're going to be doing round one, game one of the Belong Arena Pokemon. What is it?
The PK party.
The PK party.
You gotta go with the corporate name.
Yeah, the corporate name. The PK party number 3, number 2. One of those numbers.
Oh, how ironic. Well, we'll figure it out one after another.
Yeah, it's
Weird.
better. That is.
We'll fix it as we go.
Yeah,
That's
right.
the way it works. But look at this. We're rocking with an interesting team today. We both got to look at the team sheets as well.
Yeah.
As you can see on to the right. Especially with this meta with now you get Ruined Pokemon in. Ruined Pokemon have been absolutely dominating with how these teams are going right
It's
now.
insane. You can literally add one to your team, and 9 times out of 10, it'll make it instantly better. Just the ability to lower or raise one of the 4 big stats, that being special defense, special attack, attack, and defense, just being able to raise and lower them at your will by having a stationary effect on the field like that is super impactful to the total game flow of the entire the game.
And honestly, I've been more curious on how are teams rather suppressing it, because at this point, it's either you run a Ruined Pokemon up yourself or you shut it down the moment it comes out. And
Yeah.
it's kind of been a hard outcome when it goes down to that.
There have been a lot of teams as well that have been running around recently. In Knoxville, there was a team that actually didn't have any Ruined Pokemon at all, so it's not impossible to play without it. But we are going to see our leads from our trainers here. Very interesting team for both sides. Scizor isn't necessarily the most common thing, and the Medicham on lead is not the most common either. We are going to see somewhat of a normal lead, that being the Fluttermane and the Chien-Pao, just to put on a lot of offensive pressure on the Farigiraf and the Medicham.
Honestly, Fluttermane is just going to continue to get this press, and I'll never be upset to why. It just does so much good, especially when you're setting up that substitute. I'm more curious on, this is a really big psychic team that they're walking out with,
Yeah.
especially with the possible Pokemon that they're having in the back. What is your walkout? What is your main goal? Because you can maybe fake out immediately.
When we see a taunt coming out from the Chien-Pao, probably to stop the Farigiraf from going something like a Trick Room to possibly slow down the game. And the Fluttermane actually a substitute as well, which is super cool to see. Just being able to avoid any strong moves. Oh, and the Medicham actually goes for Trick Room instead. Maybe the Farigiraf and the Medicham both are trying to go for Trick Room? Yeah. So I think the game plan there was the Farigiraf and the Medicham were both going for Trick Room just in case they got taunted or something like that. which is super smart from the opponent to go for. And now this Fluttermane is actually in a somewhat awkward spot because it's faster or slower in Trick Room than both the Farigiraf and the Medicham. And Qian Pao definitely doesn't want to be sitting in front of a Medicham, which has that move, Close Combat as well, which could bring it down to its potential sash. I do wonder what this Farigiraf is going to do, though. It does have Psyshock, Hyper Voice, Protect, and Trick Room, so Psyshock might be able to do something to Fluttermane. But besides that, Hyper Voice isn't really doing anything to the rest of Polaroid's team here. But we are going to see a Medicham switch out into something like that Torkoal, just to put on a little bit more offensive pressure for whatever's in the back, getting that Sunset up and threatening Eruption. And we do see a Protect from the Qian Pao, probably expecting just like a Hyper Voice Protect. But the Farigiraf does choose to go for the Psyshock instead, just to guarantee damage onto the Fluttermane and to possibly break that substitute. Which it does, because unfortunately Fluttermane does not have the best defenses, as we all know. Giggling going to do a decent chunk of damage, not really. Torkoal kind of eating that, just being a fire type, even when not the strongest, maybe showing that the Fluttermane doesn't have the most investment in the special attack department. I'm actually unsure if it got the speed boost or the special attack boost from that photosynthesis, but we'll find out if Qian Pao, for example, is even able to make it through the turn here. We are going to see a Terra Fire on the Torkoal, again, just going for those strong eruptions. Now that Fluttermane doesn't have that substitute, it should be able to just go for massive eruptions.
I mean, you're not wrong with that. Torkoal being able to get out these eruptions is something I've yet to see like truly contested consistently. But then the Fluttermane wants to try and play around that. You've got the water.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to survive it.
Yeah, so Fluttermane will survive, but if it does Terra, they could have potentially gone just for something like a Psyshock or even a Hyper Voice calling the Water Terra, and it might be able to pick up the Fluttermane. Yeah, that does about 50% of Fluttermane. And that's just a lot of damage that your Fluttermane doesn't want to be taking, because you're still in Trick Room at the end of the day, so you're a Psyshock away. And he does actually call the Ghost Terra here, going for Hyper Voice.
It just works out so well. Now, Qian, out of this round. Torkoal is going to have that setup now. There's a lot more room for Blind to be able to play around. And I mean, Fluttermane had to sacrifice missions at Terrestrialize to keep themselves in. Shadow Ball's nice, but wow. I mean, really, what are you going to do?
Yeah, and it actually shows it's lefties Fluttermane here, which they'll be getting a little bit of HP back, but I'm not really sure how much that'll matter. We do see an Amoonguss and a Palafin in the back. Not leading Palafin is kind of weird.
Because
actually, yeah. You don't get to switch it out immediately, so you have little baby Palafin in the back.
And especially like Trick Room's going to be ending in a good moment or two. Like
two turns. Yeah.
So I can understand your Palafin's going to get hit, but I feel there's just such a worthy outcome. You're going to take out that Torkoal more than often.
Well, the thing is that Amoonguss now is pressuring Spore, so because of the HP that Torkoal's at, it probably has to go for something like a Heat Wave or a Flamethrower to the Amoonguss to potentially get a KO. But depending on how Amoonguss is built, it might be able to take this, but instead it opts to go for a Protect, just protecting, considering Torkoal is slower than the Amoonguss. And just a double Protect here, just to be safe. Just stall out another turn of Trick Room and get to its last turn here, and just stalling another turn of Sun. And we do see Torkoal opt for a Flamethrower there, just to get damage on this Amoonguss. Probably going for a Hyper Voice to follow it up under.
Yeah. That's the good thing about having that double Protect. Now you've got a turn full of information. You've got enough to figure out how you want to take this next setup, but I'm still absolutely terrified because I don't know what the best outcome is. You kind of set yourself back into that defender position, especially with that Amoonguss. You are mostly wasting out for that Trick Room. You get Trick Room out, you basically are going to live forever. But hey, look, we're finally going to see that Palafin swap in.
Yeah, we're going to see Palafin swapping here. Hopefully we take something like a Flamethrower, but to be honest, off of Terrifier in Sun Torkoal, it's still not going to want to eat a Flamethrower plus a Hyper Voice. And we haven't seen it yet, but the Farigiraf is actually a Throat Spray, so we'll be getting a +1 special attack when it does fire off that Hyper Voice. And even the thing is earlier in the game when you had Qian Pao and you used Taunt, you didn't put on a lot of offensive pressure, so this Farigiraf has been able to sit here and just threaten damage, even if it's small shit.
I guess it makes more sense now that we saw the Amoonguss come out. the Palafin does not have Protect, so they're feeling a lot more unsafe when it comes to walking out.
Yeah.
We have to see if this flamethrower is going to be able to,
This is going to do easily more than 50%.
Oh, 93. I mean, one good
And the
Hyper Voice
Hyper
is going to kill it.
Yeah. And that's just insane damage. And that just shows that, like, Choreograph actually has a place here into this matchup. You know, you can capitalize with Terra, right? They're always forced to Terra the Flutter Mane because of the Terra Fire. So if you don't want to die, you have to Terra it, but then they're just going to say, I'm just going to Hyper Voice you, and you're going to take millions of damage anyway.
It's been one big learning curve in this match, and I mean, you can definitely see it. The forfeit, honestly, fully respectable. What are you going to do against that? It's just Among Us. But how do you walk out going up against this? I fully expect Blind to walk back in with the same move. It didn't hurt. We didn't even see how the Troppage was really playing into that. And the Farigiraf, honestly, at first I truly ever thought Farigiraf had no place in this. I felt he just, whatever Farigiraf did, just got beat out.
There's 4 Dark-type ruins, right? And they all kind of say no to any psychic moves that Farigiraf can threaten with. But the thing is Farigiraf has the Armor Tail ability, which stops any priority moves. So like something like the Bullet Punch or the Sucker Punch from his Chien-Pao and the Scizor is a pretty decent option when you want to stop priority in something like Trick Room. If you can't get the speed control, I could just put Farigiraf on the field and I'll be able to stop any priority moves, which we have been seeing run rampant with Extreme Speed on Arcanine, Jet Punch on Palafin, even the Scizor here with Bullet Punch like I mentioned before.
We could see maybe a swap out, but honestly, if I'm sitting here and I'm Polaroid, I really like the Glimmora.
Yeah.
Get those toxic spikes out early, but more importantly, you have the Assault Vest, so you're looking to capitalize on that special attack damage. And Glimmora, with not only getting a bit more playtime, but we're seeing more viability coming out of it. Players are finally understanding, or rather figuring out how they want to go out with Glimmora.
Yeah. Surprisingly enough, I was very surprised to not see the Glimmora of the game 1, especially if it's something like the Grass Terror. It seems like it walls a decent amount of options on Blind's team, and the things that can hit it, like the Medicham, for example, the close combat, don't really want to because they're going to be setting up toxic spikes.
Yeah, what is it? Hyper Voice 2 would have immediately activated it if I remember correctly. No,
it's physical attacks.
Okay.
But even then, right? Like even if it's AV, so it's taking a Hyper Voice relatively comfortably, and you don't have to Terra until something like the Brute Bonnet or the Medicham comes on the field. So you'd be able to sit there as a Poison Rock type and wall most of the threats. Sure, it has Psyshock, but again, that's what the Grass Terror is for. I think if you do bring Palafin this game, I'm not too sure about it. You have to lead it. Otherwise, as we saw, it dies to the Flamethrower Hyper Voice double.
Absolutely true. I guess the bigger question goes down is how is Blind going to react? Blind, you definitely go with the typical strategy where you continue with what works. It's not going to hurt.
Yeah.
I would definitely like to see a bit of a switch up because you know your opponent's going to be flexing around. But no, we are going to see at least a small change. The beautiful Brute Bonnet.
I do like this, though, from Blind, because Blind last game led Medicham and did a double Trick Room. So an easy adjustment Polaroid could have made is instead of taunting, just let him reverse his own Trick Room. But we do see Brute Bonnet here to maybe pressure something like a Spore and maybe realizing that Polaroid is going to lead the Palafin this time, realizing maybe didn't really work in the back. I'm going to switch it out and just kind of actually get my hero Palafin on the board maybe this game.
Listen, I've been saying it since Palafin was revealed. You gotta start putting this Pokemon in.
Yeah.
Having just that backup could sweep out an entire team from a very dangerous situation, especially with the Mystic Water. You're just pumping out with every liquidation possible.
Base 160 Wave Crash is insane. Or base 160 attack and then 120 Wave Crash is insane. With Terra Water, Stab, of course. But we are going to see a Brute Bonnet Terrasilize here into the Poison type. Possibly just wanting to resist something like a Sludge Bomb off of the Glimmora if it does have that.
I can see it. There's a reason why players tend to swap this out rather than the Among Us, even though you can kind of go out more with it.
Yeah.
You are going to see, that was an unfortunate kind of lead when it comes out.
Yeah.
Trick Room might help, at least with momentum.
Yeah, so actually, I think Trick Room actually puts him in more of an awkward spot because now, guess what? The Glimmora can Terrasilize out of its poison weakness. We saw how much Sludge Bomb in the photograph. That might be a 2-hit KO depending on rolls. And because Amoonguss is actually slower than Brute Bonnet and they Terrasilize, they could just put the Brute Bonnet to sleep. And it's no longer a threat. I think the switch in from Palafin was super, super safe from Polaroid. And just being able to get Amoonguss in essentially for free, considering you take a Psyshock or a Hyper Voice, is super, super good for Polaroid. And we are actually going to see a switch before I got here.
It's a fair point, and especially it's a more fair action. Farigiraf was not going to get much more done. The Flutter Mane, absolutely excellent choice in. Ooh, but that sucker punch.
Oh, wow, that does a lot more. And we are going to see the Toxic Spikes as well. But actually, I don't know. I kind of disagree. The Flutter Mane, right, now that they have Trick Room up, what's Flutter Mane really doing? You're slower than the Glimmora under Trick Room. So the Glimmora will be able to fire off strong Sludge Bombs, as we saw went to sleep. And this Earth Power is going to do a lot of damage to the Brute Bomb.
More importantly, you've given your opponent enough room to prepare. I mean, Toxic Spike is now set up, so you don't have the liberty to swap into any other Pokemon, and you're going to lose Brute Bomb.
Yeah.
Unless you have just a random Protect that just appears to kind of do.
Oh, wow, and it lives. Very crazy now.
Oh.
Like, there is a world where the Brute Bonnet is able to switch out, and because it is the Poison type now, be able to reset those Toxic Spikes. But pretty much what Polaroid just said is, yeah, now I have double spikes in your field. If you do switch something in, guess what? It's going to get Toxic. And now that the Brute Bonnet is removed, there's no longer going to be the option of remove those Toxic Spikes.
Yeah, which is, I mean, I can understand the Sucker Punch, stop that Glimmora, but there are so many better options than risking the possibility of throwing your Pokemon out to a very bad scenario. I mean, we already know the damage that it can deal. I mean, Torkoal could possibly bring this back more because of Eruption and Drought, but...
Yeah, the scary thing here, though, is that the Glimmora is AV and it's a rock type. Yeah. And since it's badly poisoned, that means the poison damage will be doubling every single turn on those Torkoal. So every turn you wait, and every single turn I protect, their Torkoal is just getting weaker and weaker. Now, this is just a super safe play here for Polaroid.
And I really like it.
Yeah.
Part of me thought they were going to keep in that Glimmora because I fully believe Glimmora can survive any attack that comes out of here. So with that Pollen Puff, now that was invested. But Torkoal is now in just the worst position. Palafit's going to come out, bam! That's one Jet Punch in the face.
And this is actually perfect timing as well. Even though the sun's up, Jet Punch is still going to do a lot of damage to something like the Flutter Mane, which does not have the best defenses. So when it catches it out of, even in Trick Room, right? So since Palafit is slower than the Flutter Mane, if there's another turn Trick Room or two, you're able to just go for Wave Crash into this Flutter Mane and do lots of damage.
Absolutely.
Even in the sun.
As much as you've been giving yourself some room to figure out what you're supposed to be doing, I feel like it's been one risk after another. And as much as I'm interested in that gamble, most likely it's going to go down to that third game to figure it out. Oh, it's
interesting. I wonder if it's sported into something like a Flutter Mane then. I'm not sure why I failed there.
Maybe we're forgetting something. Honestly, it may have just been a prediction because I wasn't fully paying attention to what the was scoring. We'll see that.
Oh, wow. The Flutter Mane Wake Up actually killing the Palafin.
That it would have been a good read if you were a little slower.
Yeah. But I actually respect that as well, right? Because now you have the Glimmora, and you are able to go something for like a Spore into the Flutter Mane again. And to reset those sleep turns, or you're able to just Pollen Puff the Glimmora and go for something like a Sludge Bomb into the Flutter Mane and just do lots of damage. Because remember, the Trick Room is still up, and again, every turn the Torkoal's on the field is going to be taking that poison damage, which is not like.
Munga still has Protect, so you can definitely stall that for as long as possible. Flutter Mane is not going to be the character that's saving you in these scenarios. Although I do feel this Pollen Puff. Oh wait, actually
Protecting. I'm not too sure about that.
It kind of feels like a missed turn.
Yeah.
You know that Glimmora wants to survive. I mean, you are going to be able to at least protect yourself a little bit longer because, I mean, Earth Power.
Yeah.
Is it going to be just enough due to the Pollen Power?
Yeah, just because of that AV, it's able to eat that. Ooh. And obviously, Power Gem being a stab move and a Torkoal not being known for the best special defense. I think that if you Flutter Mane, right, because of how especially bulky it is, if you went for a Sludge Bomb into the Flutter Mane, it has a chance to live, and then you Shadow Ball double up in the Rockmon, and it dies, even with something like that AV.
It's a shotgun worth of a Pokemon.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to pull out some big damage in the right scenario, but if you are not up and close, as they say, you're basically just going to be hitting a good wall. Look at the bright side. Glimmora is now dangerously low. Pollen Puff does not have that opportunity to really heal and save, so you have to go out for that damage, but unfortunately, it's not your turn, and
yeah. That's actually a very interesting turn there. We don't see a Protect from the Amoonguss. We just love to see the Glimmora go down for what seems to be free. And this Hyper Voice might pick up, just picks up the Amoonguss. I'm actually unsure how Pori might be able to come back from this depending on what's in the back.
It was just a really good and quick shutdown initially. If you would have kept that Palafin in, things would not be the same. I think we were really hinging on that Palafin kind of sustaining itself for a little longer as much as this poison is doing in that good damage. Fluttermane has Substitute and Protect. That at least gets itself a bit of a stall, but it still has to be that mirror match.
Yeah, depending on how this Fluttermane is built and if it's faster, which we'll see here, it was the speed boost, so it has the potential to be faster than this opposing Fluttermane. I'm not sure if it was, but we actually see them go for the unsafe play, and instead of just protecting or letting the Toxic tick down this Ferrodraft, they're just going to take Shadow Ball on a Fluttermane, which I don't think is necessarily the smartest play, because if they do just protect Fluttermane here and go for something like a Side Shock, that could be the end of the game for Polaroid here.
It was a big risk, and as interesting as it could have been in a different scenario, it was a little too predictable. I mean, that Trick Room's now back up.
And Trick Room just, I think, is going to set this game in stone. Being able to go for that +1 Side Shock and knowing the Fluttermane is probably slower than the other Fluttermane, able to go for a Shadow Ball and just probably pick up the KO on this Fluttermane.
Yeah. It's still a worthy fight to open up. I definitely would like to get that Giraffe as low as possible. I can definitely see the game plan here being try and sell out, maybe even a double protect just to outlast. That it will not get one more turn worth of poison.
Yeah, for sure. I think if the game plan was to Shadow Ball the Fluttermane, I think a Dazzling Gleam might have been a little bit better. Maybe Polaroid was a little scared to go for that just because of how the Ferrodraft may have been built. But I think that was probably your best bet back into this game, just so you could get rid of the Ferrodraft. Otherwise, you knew it was going to set up something like that Trick Room, and we do see the poison. So maybe something like a double protect could get Polaroid back in this game. But we are seeing just going to opt for the Shadow Ball, hoping that he's slower than this Fluttermane without the speed boost.
You better survive. That's all you have to do is
I don't think it's eating the Side Shock. I think you have to go for the double protect. It's going to do a lot of damage. Oh! Whoa! It lives! If Fluttermane is slower, it is slower! If this kills...
It kills. Wait,
Polaroid wins now because of the Toxic.
And that's going to bring us to the third match.
Oh, wow.
Honestly, I was fully prepared.
I had no faith. I
was truly expecting that Fluttermane to fall. It just didn't work, and look at that.
The Toxic chip. Really adding up. Wow, I had no faith.
Honestly,
Zero.
Polaroid has been consistently one of those players who I've seen do some very risky plays.
Yeah.
And never have I seen it pass that well. I have to make sure we updated the scores as well, so give me a moment. That's a lot.
Living a +1 Side Shock is kind of insane on a Fluttermane, which has 0 defenses, pretty much. That was crazy. I lived at 2 HP. Wow. If I'm blind right now, I'm not necessarily sure how I'd adapt. I would think my game plan is pretty solid into something like that. Just kind of deciding, okay, maybe the rolls didn't go my way. I think if I click the same buttons, I should be fine. I think if Polaroid does want to change something up, it might be that Palafin. Maybe Palafin's just not the bring here. I'm not sure what else he would bring. Maybe something like the Qian Palafin, a little bit more damage. But I think the 4 that Polaroid brought, that being the Fluttermane, Glamora, Amoonguss, and Palafin were fine. Or the 3 I meant, sorry, excuse me, the Glamora, Fluttermane, and Amoonguss were perfectly fine. We do see here a Scizor maybe trying to change it up and just offering a little bit more damage. Maybe if Scizor has something like one of those bug moves, able to just like pounce or even bug bite on something like the Ferrodraft for super effective damage and just chip it down. Because while the poison is good chip, whether or not it's enough is really the correct question to answer. So we are going to see Polaroid and Blind here lead.
If I get to return in.
We are going to see Blind default back to their game 1 lead, that being the Metachamp and the Ferrodraft.
Scizor. I love Scizor. I'm very bad at going up against very bulky Pokemon like a Scizor, so...
Especially with something like one of those terrestrializations, like a Terra Fire.
Just live, and so I get to study. More importantly, I get to see what that Metachamp is all about.
Yeah, and it does actually go for the fake out, so the double Trick Room play like it did game 1. And a Sludge Bomb and this Metachamp doing actually didn't break it the Sash. Scizor does flinch because of that, and the Trick Room does go up.
It didn't work out, but the Metachamp was still one of the fastest Pokemon on the field, meaning that It's basically done this turn. If you were really building it for the fake outs and solely that, I've got some questions to ask you. But right now is more interesting on how are you going to respond?
Yeah. So I think Polaroid is making a call here. He power gen into the Medicham. Or actually, it's just
I
safe
see the
play.
Torkoal switch.
Yeah, in case the Torkoal switches in. But I don't think we see a switch here. But we are going to see, I think, the Fergaraf maybe go for a cross-exposition. Maybe it is going to be the Fergaraf. Going for a Terra Normal just so it could fire off those strong Hyper Voices. Plus the +1 that I'll be getting from the Heroic Spray will be doing lots of damage. Even if it's something like a AV Gomora.
We'll be looking at damage out with that Hyper Voice, which,
Oh, that was a crit.
yeah, that's extremely beneficial. And more importantly, now you've got the stat boost. If you don't take out this Fergaraf, now I'm very worried for how it's going to be able to do over
wow.
time. That did so much more than I expected.
Yeah, that did a lot more. That might have just killed if it didn't terrestrialize either. And we are going to see the speed tiers play out here. The Medicham being slower than the Gomora. That was very interesting to see. Scizor and the Medicham, I was wondering how they were built. The Scizor being slower than the Medicham maybe thought that the Gomora was a little bit more it was going to be slower, but the Medicham being able to Psycho Cut and kill this Gomora here is kind of going to put Polaroid in an awkward position. But Amoonguss, knowing Amoonguss, should be able to pull this back, I think. Pushing Spore into both these slots here. Fergaraf probably picks up the kill on the Scizor, so if you go for something like a Spore in the Fergaraf, and I don't know, just maybe a Pounce in the Medicham since we're slower, might just be a safe play from Polaroid here.
I like the Pollen Puff move. Scizor has a really good chance of tanking this next Hyper Voice. Oh, wait, no, a Protect. That's a free turn.
Yeah,
He gets
so
a
even
whip
with
from
the
Lobo.
crit, but I think the crit mattered, obviously, but then having the +1 boost on top of that, I'm not sure if Scizor would have lived that, especially with the Terra Normal, but the Pounce, Pollen Puff, I also respect this play, just covering in case the Fergaraf didn't.
You would have been able to hold a little longer. You get a room out of the close combat. Oh, it sets you back to the neutral. I mean, this Medicham has been living for a considerable amount just because it's not a big priority.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, I think any other different player may have just gone for the Medicham just to be safe.
I think that was the safe call, right? Because, yeah, you predicted against the Fergaraf Hyper Voice, but you took a close combat in return. And now Scizor's at even lower HP than it was the previous turn. And you can't just keep Pollen Puffing. Like, Amoonguss has Spore, one of the strongest moves in the game, and you're able to put Pokemon to sleep for potentially 3 turns. So we are going to see stuff from Medicham here. Most likely something like the Torkoal. Oh, it's actually the Brute Bonnet. Yeah, so a Pounce in that slot could have been totally game-changing.
I do like this outcome with the Brute Bonnet because you don't have to worry too much about what it's going to have to fix. It's basically a free turn. You're going to be able to get that Pokemon in and quite possibly be able to protect through, Giraffe, the Hyper Voice. This is what I'm more interested in. How much damage is it consistently doing the Scizor? A lot.
Yeah. Oh, and a crit on a Moongus. That's going to set it at such a low amount of HP. The Pounce getting rid of the Terrestrialization on that Fergaraf. No more Terras on the board. Polaroid still has the Terrestrialization on the board. So depending on which ones they pick for the Pokemon, could totally change the outcome of this game.
It was definitely still a very fair shot against the opponent. Now, Amoonguss really can't survive any big turns, especially the Torkoal Terrestrializing, and then, well, not Terrestrializing, but Big Boy Eruption. I mean, you could possibly sweep the team, but that's in a very 1 in 100 chance.
Yeah, I think it's very scary still, though, right? Because you're looking at 2 things that are weak to this Torkoal, and you can only Terrestrialize one of them. And the Amoonguss here can't even put the Torkoal to sleep anymore, even if it were to live a Terra with a Terra Water or something like that, because the Toxic Spikes were set up earlier in the match. The Torkoal and the Blue Bonnet are poisoned, meaning they can't be spored, which actually could be a bad thing for Polaroid.
That's a quick switch into the Flutter Mane. Actually, that's really beneficial. You're going to be able to switch things back in. Who do you really go for? Well, not rather who do you go for, but how long do you want to let this Flutter Mane live in, especially now the fact that you swapped out your Bonnet, so you've gone back with the Medicham. It's kind of in this equal protective zone.
I think this is going to come down to a lot of protects. The Medicham switching in here, I kind of get it to
Oh, wait, the
pressure
Medicham's
fake
dead
out.
next turn.
Yeah, it most likely is, because it's going to take Poison Chip at the end of this turn, and then something like a Protect from the Flutter Mane next turn. If it lives this Eruption here, is going to be very awkward. That does so much damage.
That does. It does. I mean, Fluttermane has been showing us to have some pretty good
Yeah, so
nerf.
pretty good bullet. I think it's something like a +1 side shot, which is still mind-boggling.
I mean, you could still pop out with that close combat, but that poison's gonna take out Medicham, so no matter what, Medicham's gotta make sure that it works out well. Ooh. That's what they would have been waiting for.
Yeah, I think that's what Polar was playing to. Switching out the Amoonguss, realizing that was the last turn of Trick Room, offering something now, being able to go for something like a Shadow Ball into the Torkoal. Now that the Photograph's gone, there's no normal switching. So even if you do switch in something like the Brood Bonnet, that's just another turn. Torkoal's not clicking Eruption. So Scizor here is, without the Photograph, is able to click Bullet Punch as well. But it has to respect something like the Fake Out from Medicham, which might actually have the potential to kill it.
Absolutely. That protect, give you a bit more room, give you a bit more sustain. You absolutely take out the Medicham, get that Torkoal a little lower, but whoa, securing that kill?
Yeah, so if this isn't a Fake Out from Medicham here, this is just securing the kill on Medicham. Scizor actually lives that,
That's kind of funny.
but the Assistant Torkoal. Oh, it went for a Flamethrower!
Oh!
This is actually going to be able to hang on for another turn, and that means another turn of chip for the Torkoal, and the Medicham is actually going to go down with this poison.
Okay, so first off, Fake Out manages to somehow not, well, Steel type, so it's resistant, it's going to be able to live, but I did not expect this Scizor to get, just having this Pokemon live for one extra turn with another Pokemon, having another turn of less damage, and Torkoal another turn of taking massive poison damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, this time around, it isn't double spike, so it won't be doubling that poison damage, but it still will be taking a considerable amount of chip damage each turn that it's on the field. And the way we've seen Polaroid play now in this Game 3 is just going for those safe protects and stop and letting the poison damage add up here. And Polaroid still does have the Terrassalization, so something like a Water Terror could be a little weird. But we do know the Brute Bonnet has something like the Sucker Punch, which could kill both the Scizor and the Fluttermane from this one.
If Scizor's able to get that turn in, Pounce is going to be able to take out that Brute Bonnet instantly. Life Orb's going to finish it off, and that Scizor's basically played its day. That Fluttermane is basically used Protect, so it's in a safe move. I feel so bad for this Torkoal. It's trying to go for the right move, but as much as they want to go for those safe options, it just hasn't been it.
Yeah, Polaroid calling the Sucker Punch there. Pounce should be going off. Substitute just to live any potential Flamethrower coming off this Torkoal. Pounce should be able to kill this Brute Bonnet.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, the 4-time super effective plus the Life Orb plus the Toxic Chip is killing this poor Brute Bonnet. I think burning the Terrassalization on the other side of the field is super risky. Yes, you get the immediate damage, but now something like the Brute Bonnet just can't deal with a Scizor, and the Eruption going to do pitiful, pitiful damage to this Substitute, breaking it, but Fluttermane going to be able to survive the turn.
Looking on the red side, Polaroid still has one more Pokemon in their back pocket, plus get a bit of healing, so you could protect and, well, you still get that extra turn in. I'm more worried for this Torkoal. You basically have to tank 2 turns, or rather 1. Thankfully, it is against an Amoonguss, but Spore!
So funny enough, the optional play, right, is since you can't Spore the Torkoal because of the poison,
Okay, true.
you can Terra Water. You can Terra Water the Fluttermane, but you're not living anything anyways. You can actually Terra Water the Amoonguss and go for Pollen Puff into the Torkoal just for the extra chip damage, because that, I feel like that is the optimal play, because if you go for Shadow Ball plus the Terra Water, Pollen Puff into something like the Torkoal, all the small chip adds up plus that poison chip.
Yeah,
but you know you're not going to live the turn to...
Yeah, but you decide to go instead of the Pollen Puff for extra damage into that Torkoal, you're switching it over to the Fluttermane. Now you have a bit more survivability. Now you're really hoping for that Fluttermane to be the back pocket, and that does good damage.
But see, now if Torkoal lives the turn, it gets the Flamethrower off, killing it anyways.
No Eruption?
It was at such a low amount of HP, right? So Eruption was never the call. But right in a scenario where the Torkoal has a little bit more HP, and you didn't Terra Water the thing, if the Torkoal did have something like Heat Wave, that would have been a win for the other side. Which is why I was saying, like, the Water Terror with the Follow Puff would have cleared up the game there.
I'm just someone, if there's any moment to go risky, any moment to just try and just, like, maybe get a bit of luck, it's definitely in that moment. Clyde did absolutely well, and I'm more interested to see.
Very well played.
Most curious team out of this entire event.
Oh, interesting. Very, very interesting team. I'm hoping that we get to see it and they'll make a comeback and we'll see them in a later set. But very, very well played set from Polaroid and Blind there.
We'll have to see what happens in round 2.
Yeah. All right, and we're back here for our round 2 against K Millie and Joe.
This is another matchup, and look at that, we've got the Wu Chin ring, alright?
Live Wu Qian reaction, everybody's favorite meme out of all the ruinous Pokemon here. We do have a very interesting team for both sides yet again. Like Azumarill, Wu Qian, and honestly Grimmsnar are Pokemon you don't really see normally. And even on Kevin's side here, the Pelipper isn't the most common thing anymore.
And you know, that makes me a little sad. I really like how the Pelipper has been working, and especially the statistics have been growing in regionals as it's like we're kind of going with it right now. I'm more interested to see. I like the Ruin Pokemon matchup because it's very specific. How do you say it? It's very specific on how you have to play it, especially because you've got Wu Chin versus the Ice Guy. So what is it? Defense versus attack Lord?
Yeah, so Qian Pal, the ice one, lowers all the defense of everything on the field, including your partner, which is the biggest thing to remember when you're playing with these Ruin Pokemon, is even though you have a Qian Pal on the field, you're lowering the defense of the enemy team, but your partner is also getting their defense lowered, and the Wu Qian lowers attack. So they actually negate each other on that level.
Yeah, and so it's always so funny to see how they're going to go out because it's focus it. Are they countering each other? So are you able to just kind of ignore it for now?
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see it just yet. I do like the Grimmsnarl choice of combined with the Azumarill very early on. I just feel it's a little.
Yeah.
They
so
have this energy.
Yeah, if the Grimmsnarl does have something with a Thunder Wave, it's just for you to click Thunder Wave into Kevin's team here and just be really, really annoying. Because if you get paralyzed and you can't do anything, that's better than me taking 1 million damage from your Jet Punch or your Wave Punch. So most likely here, we might see a few switches from Kevin here with the Palafin, probably into something safe like the Amoonguss, just so that it can't be hit by something like the Azumarill Liquidation.
They're going to be able to pop out that Reflect. I love Reflect. The more I see it, the more I've come to understand why teams are running it, especially since I feel during this kind of era, we're seeing a lot more physical moves.
Yeah.
Especially like Ice Spinner.
Oh, wow. That actually does a lot more than I thought, but it is an Azumarill. It does have the opportunity to learn that huge power, which actually doubles its attack.
I mean, it was about what I was feeling. The Propeller isn't necessarily going to be the best when it comes down to physical defense.
Yeah.
It definitely mostly using it for that Rain Dance, trying to just enable that Palafin. I mean, you have what? Mystic Water and Terrestrialized Water. One Wave Crash or Jet Punch. You're killing everything.
Oh, yeah, of course. Terra Water, Mystic Water, Stab, Jet Punch, Wave Crash, Rain Boost it, everything in the book.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually super interesting here that the Pelipper isn't opted for the Focus Sash item, which is most commonly seen on it. It's actually opting for that Damp Rock, which is going to extend that rain by an extra 3 turns, which is something like we talked about with that rain boosted damage is going to be super, super hard to break through. I know from experience, at least, that trying to break through rain already is difficult if you don't have your own weather setter, let alone 8 turns of it, which is a long time in this game. We are going to see a player up to 50% and a Misty Terrain coming from that group from preventing a Spore. A really, really good turn for Joe and a really well-positioned board.
I'm one of those people who sets up a lot, and I always have an Amoonguss with us. So I've fallen into that trap where you forget that that's just what Psychic Terrain does. It's shut down, and now your Amoonguss is basically, you're sitting there, you're like, what is really going to be my outcome? Do I just Rage Powder and let the Palafin kind of just tank possibly one more hit and get some good damage out, maybe onto the Grimmsnarl, or do I swap out? Because the Amoonguss really doesn't have much room in here outside of healing and Rage Powder.
Yeah, the Misty Terrain is really annoying here for this Amoonguss. It has nothing to do for those except for Rage Puff. You see Kevin hovering over that Pollen Puff, but the thing about Pollen Puff is it's a little dangerous because now that Misty Terrain's on the field, there is the potential. Actually, I believe Misty Terrain doesn't even grant the fairy moves the damage buff anymore. So, or it never did. So Cleric won't be boosting here, but it's still going to be doing a considerable chunk to this Palafin if it doesn't redirect. Or actually, the Wu Qian here is going to be switching here for that Grimmsnarl. It actually took a lot more of that credit. That explains why.
That explains it.
Oh, play rough. Actually missing the KO because, again, the Wu Qian is lowering the attack of that Azumarill, so it's just one of those things you have to keep in mind. You actually miss the KO, and the Palafin goes up because the Pollen Puff.
It's a Wu Qian
It's just really awkward now. Yeah, it's Wu Qian, but, like, you could leech see things, but what is that really getting you, right? You're going to get Pollen Puff by Amoonguss here, And unless you Terastallize, it's not really a good position to be in. And this Palafin, like, Kevin could make the call that the Lucian is going to Terastallize into something like the Poison type. And if you Pollen Puff Wave Crash the Lucian, it's not going to like that.
It is going to have that free turn to move out. Azumarill is going to be able to get another turn in. I just feel really bad for this Amoonguss.
Yeah. It's not going to be able to do anything except put Pollen Puff here. But we do get to see the speed tiers, at least a little bit, that the Lucian is faster than the... Oh my god, that does so much damage.
Poor Lucian. I feel like it's taking a lot more than it really should be.
Yeah, well, being 4 times weak to Bug will do that to you. And even something like Pollen Puff from Amoonguss will be doing at least a decent chip damage.
It's what happens when you're not used to the outcome. I could see Protect, honestly. You could probably just use this turn, protect your Palafin a little longer.
Well, Palafin just went for the Protect, so it might opt for something like the Wave Crash. But the thing about Wave Crash and Azumarill here is your attack is being lowered, and on top of that, because they're most likely doubling into something like the Play Rough, you might just lose. We do see the Rage Power here to avoid that. But the Wave Crash is going to do a lot of damage. You can do something like what? That does a lot of damage, to be honest.
Yeah.
For Reflect, Attack Lowered, like, resisted Azumarill.
Fair point enough, as well as you're going to be able to happily miss out against that Ice Spinner. I think that's the most dangerous part of Azumarill. Azumarill right now can basically play up against everyone on the field.
Yeah.
Lucian's just there, basically pulling out every Pitbull joke you could possibly go.
I don't think Kevin's realized it yet, but into the rain, Azumarill kind of walls him. It's able to click Ice Spinner into the Pelipper and the Amoonguss. It's able to click the Play Rough into the Palafin, and it has something like the Assault Vest potentially to just wall out the Special Hurricanes from Pelipper as well. It's going to be really difficult for Kevin to hit this thing, especially if the Grimmsnarl is able to come in for freely again. Maybe instead of the Lucian slot, switching into something like the Pollen Puff, potentially setting up a light screen or be able to set that as the turn. But we are going to see the Palafin just play it safe and protect. We aren't going to see the Lucian switch here. I'm wondering what this is. It's going to be a Leaf Seed into the Palafin with that protect. And I'm wondering what Zuma wants to do. Maybe just another Ice Spinner.
Honestly, you got a Beyblade, let it rip. Because that poor Amoonguss has one... No. Honestly, sometimes I forget to check the team sheets to see if they've got a berry or not. Or maybe I'm just too used to seeing Amoonguss with the leftovers to be able to survive. Now with it slept, that's a free switch.
Yeah. Not only is that a free switch, that means that Regenerator is going to proc for that Amoonguss being able to get back a third of its HP every time this switches out. And this Lucian isn't going to want to take a Pollen Puff either, so it could be potentially a really good turn for Kev if he gets this free switch in here. But the thing is that they can keep the Lucian in on Joe's side and just go for something like the Leech Seed into the Palafin again and just start getting more of that HP back, because right now it doesn't look like Leftover is cutting it.
Yeah, they're very hesitant on the switch, and honestly, I can respect switching out, but if you were to, like, let's say hypothetically you were to stay in, you could definitely take out that Lucian. Is that something like you should really be prioritizing in this scenario?
Yeah. You have a Pelipper in the back of something with like a Hurricane, so I'm not sure if it's the utmost importance. You also win the end game with the Pollen Puff, like we talked about before, with the Lucian. But actually, what I'm really, really scared of is if this Lucian is able to position and somehow get rid of that Amoonguss and that Pelipper for some reason. Because as we saw, this is exactly what I was talking about before, how Lucian is stopping your partner, or how any of the runes stop your partner Pokemon. For example, the Azumarill would have been able to pick up the KO on that Amoonguss if it wasn't lowering its attack. So it's kind of detrimental. Yes, you're lowering the Palafin's attack, but because the Azumarill is also in the field and you make damage, you're not doing any damage back.
Yeah, it's not the most fun outcome, and like that, the Leech Seed is basically just allowing this Lucian's your Lucian thing.
Yeah.
You can say a million Snell jokes, but in the end, there's nothing that is going to be able to like explain how good this Pokemon is. I do like the idea of switching back into the Amoonguss though. The switching positions is not going to be much of a difference. I'm the type of guy who runs Armor Rouge with Swap Allies, something weird like that.
Yeah.
More importantly, Lucian getting out of this turn. Azumarill most likely falls.
Yeah, Azumarill probably does die to something here, like a Moonblast or even a D-Gleam. The Wu-Chen here, though, to be safe, can just press Leech Seed into the Flutter Mane. It just be annoying. That's a Flutter Mane, that's what Wu Qian, is really good at, is just being annoying. Being able to leech see things on the field and gain HP, it's forcing them to switch. They're losing their HP every turn. The rain's gone. Wu Qian is just annoying. It's almost back to full already.
This is. I don't know. At this point, I'm petty. Get rid of the Wuchen. This Wuchen has lived for far too long, and in the end, I feel it's going to be getting a lot of viability. Wuchen, though, is going to be able to come back, reset, reflect. Could you see, like, maybe the light
screen. I think light screen actually could be the play here. Even more than that, if you think your Grimmsnarl could live the D-Gleam or the Moonblast without light screen, what you could do is you could terrestrialize the Wu Qian and go for a Misty Terrain because you prevent the Spore. So that's probably, I would think that's the idea here, right? Is so if you want to tear your Wu Qian, because it's going to die to the D-Gleam Pollen Puff anyways, you could go for a safe terrestrialization on something like the Grimmsnarl, but it's very awkward right now for Joe.
Absolutely. I mean, thankfully with this Terrestrialize and Dazzling Gleam, you're going to get a considerable amount of damage in a Pokemon that's not popular inside your switch now.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, because Grimmsnarl is Prankster, it's going to get at least one of those options that we talked about before off, whether that be the Mystery Train or the Light Screen. Both could be fine. The Light Screen here, we aren't going to see a Terrestrialization. Wu Qian might just die here to a Pollen Puff Beacon double.
It's an attack. I mean, I know I'm sitting far away
yeah.
from the player, but they are hearing every hope that I have in my heart, especially what leftover. Life Orb.
That's going to do exactly 50% of moves. Might just pick up the failure. Yeah, it does on the Wu Qian. Finally getting rid of it like you asked.
Wouldn't it have been better to just leave seed? Try and give the Grimmsnarl a bit more room to live?
I think maybe, but the thing is, Leech Seed only goes in the Wu Qian slot, so you'd be healing your Flutter Mane when you switch in. But the problem is, I think Ruination was the correct call there, because now that your Flutter Mane's on the board, you can do something like Shadow Ball the Amoonguss because it's so low, or switch out. So if they don't want to switch out or they protect, something they decide to bring in is going to not make them.
Rather, we're actually going to see the Rage Powder pop out just to be able to be a distraction. What are you going to do against this Terrestrialized Flutter Mane? I don't think we've seen anything with, like, at least big counter moves.
Yeah, this is my problem with Grimmsnarl right now. It sets up the screen, sure, and it can be really annoying because you support Pokemon and Amoonguss, but Amoonguss is always out-bulking you, as we see here, and on top of that, it's just dead weight in this endgame, because what's it really doing against a Flutter Mane? It's slower, so it's not even able to hit back with something like a But we are going to see a Terrestrialization into something like the Ghost to maybe survive something like a D-Gleam off this Flutter Mane. I doubt it, though. Even with Light Screen and removing that weakness, Terra Fairy D-Gleam just does so much damage.
Be able to hold out for a little bit. Look at that.
We'll see if this kills.
I'm worried. I feel like it's going to.
No! It lives at 1!
Honestly,
or close to it.
I was expecting, to get that extra damage in from the Life Orb. I fully expected it to take out, but look, that Spear Break.
Wow. Amoonguss living at 5, that's to be expected, considering when you do run Grimmsnarl, you're not running attack, you're running it all in bulk, just so you can be on the field annoying. But now, what's actually really interesting is, does this Flutter Mane really have anything else to go for? This Grimmsnarl is free to click maybe like Thunder Wave or something really annoying, like maybe even a Reflect to stop something like the Flutter Mane from getting hit by a Jet Punch later in the game.
I have not sat down and watched how much damage each Pokemon can commit. Because every time I think it's going to KO, I really got to have my expectations a little more realistic. Because right here, at least I can confidently say Grimmsnarl falls. Flutter Mane's going to live a little longer. But
unfortunately, now that Grimmsnarl is down, I do think that's probably going to be the game. Even though the Flutter Mane is losing HP and this D-Gleam is going to get a double KO, as we talked about before, Jet Punch from Palafin in the rain. He's resetting another 8 turns because he still has that Pelipper on the back.
yeah,
Unfortunately, even with the Reflect, I don't think Flutter Mane is going to be taking this Jet Punch right now. So
that's a moment I had to just sit there and hesitate. I thought Flutter Mane for a moment had that room, especially with the damp. Maybe? I don't know.
yeah,
risk out
and
with
we
the
can
Dazzling?
see Helping Hand on the Pelipper as well. So Helping Hand, Rain Boosted, Jet Punch, Mystic Water is definitely killing this Flutter Mane 3%. I mean, unless it has Godly Bulk like the Bradford we saw earlier and it lives at 2 HP again, but I highly doubt it in this position.
listen, if there's any moment where your Wuchen can help you, you have to bring that energy into this moment because man, you're gonna see the helping hand pop out. It's just gonna do so much damage.
I wish we got to see it from full. I think like if even if it was at like 75%, I had a chance to kill.
Absolutely.
Like Palafin is insanely good, and something like a reflecting the room style. Palafin just says, "Nope, I have a higher stat stick than you. I'm gonna swing with Blood Punch."
Yeah, that's the bright side. You're gonna be able to hold it, but so much information was just given on both sides that I'm more curious on what's going to be the outcome of the next match. This is my favorite part when it comes down to VGC is the second round. What is your idea? What are you going to do? I think both of the teams are at least bulky enough or do little to no damage to each other to where you can walk out with the same thing and it's going to be the exact, but I don't have a clear idea or even a hypothetical of what you could do to kind of get the edge over on each other.
Yeah.
Maybe you switch over to the King Gambit because you're going to be able to pop out that extra damage with the Palafin. Maybe you send out your own Ruin Pokemon, for the side of Kevin.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Like, that's always the question I'm asking myself as well. Whenever I do decide to play that, like, what is my adaptation? Even though I won, and even though we're in a format where open team sheets exist, even though all the moves are in front of you, as we saw in the game, just being able to see how Joe plays, seeing how Kevin plays, making adjustments based on that. So like you said, maybe bringing something like the Qian Pao to beat something like the Wuqian. Now that you know the four that Joe's probably going to bring, you know that he hasn't brought the Glamora or the Volcarona, you could probably take a little bit more advantage of that. An adaptation I would like to see from Joe is if he is something like a Terra Grass or Terra Water, the Volcarona actually does have Flame Body and Rocky Helmet, which could be very, very annoying for that Palafin.
Part of me just fully expects to see this Volcarona pop out. It's been getting playtime for a reason. I also can see this, honestly, Glamora, Volcarona, first choice out, and then maybe Wuchen. Actually, we go with Grimmsnarl as a good pick that reflect up early again. You're seeing a very confident idea coming out of the winner, just going in bed with the same team, which I can fully respect.
Yeah.
But that Volcarona walks out, it is going to be a bit more of a problem just to have to deal with long term.
Yeah, I think this is correct though, because there are a lot of positions, right, where even if you bring Qian Pao in, if Joe does decide to bring something in like the Volcarona, your Qian Pao doesn't really want to get burned. So just bringing in Pelipper for that extra damage boost. So instead of lowering the defense, right, you're getting quote unquote the attack boost by setting up the range. So it's pretty much, not pretty much, but it is like almost the same thing. You're boosting your Pelipper, which is the end goal for the team, right? And we actually are going to see the Volcarona.
I came close. I should have predicted the Fluttermane. It's just a really good Pokemon to get that start out rather than that Glamora. I guess Fluttermane's going to be able to help you long term. Glamora's just going to be able to help you for first few turns if you don't get toxic free out.
So there is a world as well, right? So Palafin, most people would give to switch it out. But what you might see Kev go for here is just the Terra Water Jet Punch. In the Rain and Helping Hand, definitely has a shot to kill this Fluttermane, which could be super, super scary for Joe here.
Honestly, a part of me was just fully expecting to see the swap out. I think I'm just far too used to it. You make an absolutely excellent point. The idea of just getting that quick buff onto your Pokemon is just so captivating that a part of me was just far too focused on it.
Yeah, but we are going to see the Terastallization here from the Volcarona, finding out that it is the water type, so if it does have something like that Rage Powder, it will be able to redirect it.
It's just going to pop, lock, and drop for this move. And look at that, you're going to see Don't Terastallize on that that Palafin wants to try and do as much damage as possible for as long as it can. And, well, as we said before, Helping Hand didn't set Palafin, even not in the buff form, has a good possibility of one-shotting maybe Fluttermane, not that Volcarona anymore.
This turn could be very, very good or very bad. And we see the Rage Powder, so this is unfortunately going to be what looks like a bad turn from Kev, because this Jet Punch now, even though his Rain Boost and Helping Hand Terra Water is not going to be doing that much to Volcarona. I lied. That did 50% almost. Okay. But we do see the burn onto the Palafin.
That's going to help out for a good amount. Honestly, I was expecting it to do a lot less damage. It also gets hit with Thunderbolt.
Yeah, so it is that choice spec Fluttermane, so Thunderbolt and the Palafin, just getting rid of it. And now that Palafin hasn't switched out, you can't switch in your Palafin. You're stuck with Baby on the field unless you switch it out.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious about what's the switching in there. Maybe something like the Amoonguss. Honestly, I'd be more inclined to switch in something like the Flutter Wing and go for something like that Moonblast into the Volcarona since it's at an uncomfortable amount of HP, and you do know that you're faster than the other Flutter Mane. You can just go for something like the Flutter Mane, but now you're risking switching in because even though like Flutter Mane can beat a Thunderbolt, it's just extra damage you don't want to be taking.
Just one question after another. The Volcarona is the only Pokemon that I'm really paying much attention to what it is. It's the absolute threat. No matter what you do, you cannot do you can't underestimate what the Volcarona can do.
That Terra Water was really unfortunate for Kevin there. Getting that burn as well just made it really, really hard for this Palafin to get going, even with the Terra Water and this Wu Qian. In case he decided to go for a Jet Punch into something like the Flutter Mane, just makes it really, really hard now.
Yeah, on the bright side, you are going to see this Flutter Mane most likely get him for a tiny bit free. That damage isn't going to do too much. Look at that. Amoonguss is going to be able to survive a good amount of it.
Yeah, with that Rain Boost actually coming up a clutch, the Ethos Fire moves from that Volcarona. Heat Wave still doing a nice chunk, doing about 70 damage to that Amoonguss. Amoonguss, as we know though, is threatening Wu Qian with a Palm Puff every single turn. And because the Chastisation was burned on Volcarona, there's no more mind games. So, Kevin, now that the Volcarona's asleep, no more Rage Powder either. Just go for like Moonblast, Palm Puff, and this Wu Qian, or even Deagly if he thinks the Wu Qian's going to protect.
It's a big uphill battle that you're looking for. And it almost feels like, you know, Camille kind of had the counter almost when it went up against. We'll see the switch from Volcarona. Actually, I'm not too disappointed by that. No, Azumarill. Part of me was hoping for Grimmsnarl, but honestly, that just would have been a random hit.
I think Grimmsnarl is a little bit weird in the back areas to protect the Wu Qian. Probably expected something like the Moonblast Palm Puff double up. Azumarill is really annoying to deal with now, right? You don't have Pelipper or really a Hurricane Confuse anymore. Your Palafin's burned. And Azumarill, as we saw here, doesn't even take that much from Flutter Mane. And that's without Springs.
Yeah, we'll get dealt though from the Pollen Puck to at least get a bit more room. I mean, Azumarill isn't going to get that, you know, that damage in just yet. What is the fear that is going on in their mind for that Flutter Mane?
Yeah, I mean, offsetting, like, their idea, I guess, is they want to offset the Flutter Mane damage, which is definitely something they can do, because if the Azumarill does have something like Aqua Jet, it does a lot of damage to Flutter Mane. They're also threatening Liquidation, so the Amoonguss is kind of forced to Rage Powder here, so the Flutter Mane does not take lots of damage. But if Joe just has the quick buttons and damages Flutter Mane here, it can be super, super bad. We are going to see a Moonblast in the future. Oh my god, yeah. With the double Pollen Puff, I think it went for the protect, but if it did double Pollen Puff, yeah, we are just going to see a Pollen Puff in the Azumarill.
Yeah, it's gonna go for it. Liquidation, pop out.
And that's exactly why you have to go for the Rage Powder there, because you protect the Amoonguss, but what is that really getting you?
I got to talk the Polaroid a bit as we were getting the next match out of it. I mean, Flutter Mane defensive has truly become a little bit underrated the more I'm seeing it. Because that was what I was expecting to happen last game. And now we're back into this equalize of, well, Palafin has to do something very quickly. Or at least Palafin at least has to set up. It's still in their favor as they won the last round, so it's not going to hurt too much. And Spore is still active. There's no way to stop it. Shut down this Azumarill. What's Wu Qian going to do? Ruination?
Yeah, it does offer the Ruination, but it probably is just we've seen how it plays, just going for something to protect. And this Palafin, yes, it's Terra Water in the rain, but it's burned. Wu Qian's on the field. And Azumarill resists it. So there's just a lot of different small factors that go into this to figure out how damage rolls are going to go. Azumarill, I think, does unfortunately just roll the rest of Chev's team. So it is just going to be able to fire off something like the Play Rough or the Liquidations very, very safely. Blade Crash going to the Wu Qian, just trying to kill it. If it doesn't kill it, it's going to be lowering its attack, which is super dangerous. Ice Spinner, you're going off the Amoonguss. Yeah, Amoonguss is not liking that a lot. Citrus Berry is going to allow it to survive maybe one more Ice Spinner, but besides that, it's not looking very good. The Spore does go off to give him a chance, but when you're relying on sleep turns in a position like this, is very good.
I mean, hey, look on the bright side. Wu Qian has been eating up on these leftovers. And that's something that I truly think is underrated. While we wait for this turn to go.
Yeah. Like, Joe has another Pokemon that you can just switch it into and get another Protect off for Lucian when he brings it back in. And considering Kev has no switch-ins for Zamugus, that Citrus Berry was it. No more Regenerator, no more Citrus Berry, and turn by turn that burner is chipping away on that Paladin. And it really comes down to Sleep Time when it's a Zoomer out here.
Absolutely. Man, I still love the fact that this is going to be able to do so much. I do like the idea, actually, why not go for that Lucian? Why not Pollen Puff and get some damage in? I can understand, Wing Crash is going to be able to help. You could have secured it.
Yeah, you could have secured the KO. You could have, honestly, if that was your game plan, oh my god, Leech Seed coming out here, probably just lapping this up. This is going to be taking so much HP. You can Pollen Puff all you want, but Wuchen, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to Leech Seed you. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw something like a Ruination next turn, just to be getting back as much HP as possible, to be annoying as possible. This Amoonguss just needs to hit Pollen Puff in this Wuchen to get rid of it.
It's just one big smack in the face after another. But at least as a player, they're forcing it to slow down. They're managing to kind of put this back into something that feels a little more favorable. And I like that. I can respect it massively. Pollen Puff could shut down this Wuchen, should shut down this Wuchen right now. Something we didn't really even notice is that their opponent right now has two other Pokemon still in the bag.
Yeah.
You missed your chance to take out that Wuchen, and now there's two other Pokemon who are still up. Your Palafin maybe has, what, one more turn to be able to live?
That's what I was wondering as well. I was looking at that before. The Palafin actually has a very strange move. Normally they run a Haze in the last slot to counter that Dozo, but this Palafin actually opts for something like Facade. So instead of clicking Wave Crash in the Lucian last turn, why don't you just click Facade? It doubles the damage.
You could have done much more.
I think the Palafin player just got like rain pilled. They were like, I love the rain, I love Terra Water. I'm probably doing more Wave Crash. And then they saw it and they were like, oh.
And it was
never
one
mind.
massive brain fire.
Yeah, and then Facade doing 50% to Azumarill, giving them a chance, to be honest, but now that like they're in Ice Spinner range, they can't really put you to sleep. Facade could kill the Azumarill, but it's very, very difficult still, considering, like you said, there's two Pokemon in the back of the Facade.
I still fully believe that Facade manages to take out that Azumarill compared to, say, Wave Crash.
Oh no, it 100% does.
Yeah, it's more beneficial. Keep this Palafin up. This is your last turn with Amoonguss.
I think the Wuchen doesn't die to a Pollen Puff, I think, so you have to choose.
No, yeah.
And we see these Azumarill switching here just to live, just because Facade isn't out. It's the Volcarona. This makes sense as well. Rocky Helmet Chip is going to occur.
But a whole menu that they just are angry, as they say. Gotta go with some rhyme every once
It
in a while.
does so much damage. The Rocky Helmet, Burn, Leech Seed.
They are
Pollen Puff doing what the Amoonguss should have done a couple turns ago.
And now you shut it down so early, and now you get an answer. Oh,
It's not damage, but it's chip. And now the rain's gone. All this Palafin really has, damage-wise, is that Facade. But Wu Qian being able to sit there and wall is not looking the best for this Palafin.
I absolutely agree. Now,
You just double protect, and then next turn if Palafin somehow survives, you Rage Powder, and they're dead.
hey, you just go ham with Facade.
Yeah, that's it.
If you're gonna go out, I guess you gotta go out, with your hands at every moment you possibly can.
Like, the Volcarona is asleep. There is a world where you win this. Facade, yeah, it doesn't kill the Wuchen. That attack buff really coming into the showing. Yeah, you can have your Palafin in the rain with water, but I have a Wuchen, which resists you. Even Facade isn't doing that much damage. But we are going to go to the game 3 here. Joe bringing it back, showing Wu Qian and its power 4-0. Showing if you can get in position, I can be annoying. Like, I can sit there with my Volcarona and just, you can put me to sleep all you want, but I'm going to Leech Seed you, and I'm going to be annoying.
It kind of just felt like a lot of questionable plays, or at least something that we would have done differently. Big, however, there's still a lot of opportunities what can go, so I'm going to make sure that score gets updated, make sure these players are ready. So, as the casters kind of go into a moment, don't go anywhere, because the matches are still going to be going, but you're not going to be getting much commentating just for a minute or two.
All right, so we are going to see Volcarona flirting with King Gambit and Qian Tao. Kept trying to switch it up just a little bit to maybe just try to get an advantage, doing damage onto the Fluttermane of Volcarona, which I think is a very interesting switch up. Realizing that Rain necessarily isn't the call, so if you're able to bulk up with something like a Swords Dance from that King Gambit plus a Qian Tao, a lot of things aren't beating a Kowtow cleave. Even something like a Azumarill is not really going to like a lot of the dark moves. Even though it's that fairy type, it's not necessarily going to like King Gambit's damage. And we are just going to see a Heat Wave here and do a double protect. Just playing it safe, trying to maybe bait out a Terra. I'm not too sure. I am a little scared though of this Qian Tao King Gambit because even though you have a lot of potential damage, it's very hard to set up in the face of something like a Volcarona, which does threaten with something like those Heat Waves and has the Rocky Helmet item. So not only is it breaking the sash on the Qian Tao, but it's doing important shit to something like that King Gambit. And I think we are just going to see a Swords Dance here, tearing into the dark to get rid of that fire weakness that the Volcarona poses on the King Gambit. The thing is as well, if you do hit Volcarona with a physical move, the Rocky Helmet is proccing, yes, but that Flame Body could be super, super annoying for both the Qian Tao and the King Gambit. Between the Wu Qian, Azumarill, and Volcarona, it is actually very annoying with Terastallization for Kev to break through. As we saw last game with the Rain, even something like Wu Qian and Azumarill just kind of wall the Rain out. We are going to see an Ice Spinner pull out into the Azumarill, doing not that much damage. Heat Wave coming out, bringing Qian Tao to Sash. And a Liquidation into the King Gambit, bringing it down to the red. That is super, super unfortunate. Because now, you can't even go for something like a Sucker Punch from this Volcarona because it has something like that Rage Powder. I think it's super safe for the Volcarona to just go for something like Rage Powder to redirect a potential Sucker Punch and a Kowtow and kill it if it decides to go for a Kowtow because of the Rocky Helmet, and it also can just go for a healing. This Volcarona hasn't even terrored yet, and it's already become such a huge problem for Kev's team. Azumarill as well, we haven't even talked, just rolls the Rain portion. I'm unsure what Kev brought me back, but I'm sure it is not going to want to be a Heat Wave and or a Liquidation from the Azumarill. Qian Tao protecting, just trying to stall these turns, these precious turns, trying to figure out what these Pokemon want to do on the enemy side. It is going to be a Rage Powder, just the safest play in case they do decide to go for a Sucker and your Azumarill. Aqua Jet and Qian Tao makes sense. And we see Kev trying to understand that if Volcar is going to Rage Powder, I'm just going to Kowtow. I'm not going to waste any more turns. I think the Amoonguss switch here is actually very, very dangerous because if the Volcarona does decide to go for something like that Heat Wave, it could be potentially disastrous. But it does just go for the safe Rage Powder again, most likely redirecting any Ice Spinner or Kowtow or Sucker Punch that might come away. Liquidation also an equally safe play, knowing that it's faster than the Gambit, just guaranteeing the kill. But this is still just a super rough position, right? Because even if they switch in something like the Qian Tao, they can just click Heat Wave. And Ice Spinner, as we know, is not doing much, especially in the face of a Volcarona. Besides to do something like Terra Water again, like in that last game. I think Joe doing a really amazing job of preserving the Terastallization and just sitting there on the board and being able to roll out Kev's team. Already getting rid of the King Gambit and Kev's Terastallization sets Joe, I think, miles ahead for this game. We are going to see Kev kind of panic a little bit, I think his moves. We're trying to just play it safe again with the move. He needs to find a way back into this game somehow, and I think Shadow Ball crit maybe might be a little bit to go back in. Doesn't even do that much, and that Life Orb chip is going to start adding up as well. We're going to see Heat Wave come out. Does it land into the Flutter Mane? It does, and it's going to do a decent chunk, bringing the Flutter Mane to almost 50%. And Liquidation double up, probably killing the Flutter Mane here. Critical hit, not sure how much it mattered considering Heat Wave was bound to come out next to him, and or Aqua Jet. But now, with just the Champ Power to move this in the field, what are you really doing against 4 Pokemon? Joe has kind of solidified in this game that if I could get Volcarona in position, he demonstrated this very well in Game 2, being able to bring in Volcarona and just sit there and wall, and Kev throwing in the towel, realizing that this isn't working out. I know I have no out. I can't do anything. This is unfortunately just game. Really well played from Joe. Kevin showing Game 1 that Rain, kind of does its thing, but then Joe showing in Game 2 and Game 3, Wuchien and Volcarona will out-bulk you. Really putting faith in his Pokemon and understanding their IVs and EVs and understanding how his Pokemon are built, I think was the real key to success of that game, showing that a well-built team will allow you to live and outpace your opponent in the end game. Being able to out-bulk, I think, is the most important in that matchup, and Joe played amazingly, being able to position himself to get that into a win con in the first place.
Yeah, because Harper's the only you can be an AC, but like that's more like
right. Sorry about that. We are back. And I've come back to a Torkoal Lilligant Terrifier Eruption. Very, very interesting start here. Or end to this potential game. It does look to be 0-0, so this is going to be game one. I am going to unfortunately catch the conclusion of this game and see it wrapping up. Torkoal Lilligant, I'm sure, just putting on display how insanely strong it is. I wonder what adjustments, after looking at these teams a little more in depth, I'm wondering what adjustments these teams can make, or what adjustments they can make to maybe come back against the Torkoal Lilligant. Looking at their team, they have a lot of weird things here. I'm not sure what they really have to beat Torkoal Lilligant. Besides terrestrializations, it's a lot of things that don't like an eruption. Brian actually running a pretty standard team that Torkoal Lilligant with something like that Qian Pao over the Kingambit to just offer lots of damage up. There's a lot of interesting choices here. I'm trying to understand a lot of these here. They have Loaded Dice, Brubana, Sash Bundle, which makes sense. Hariyama, I'm not sure why you would run over Iron Hands, maybe for that Guts ability, which it does show to have with the Flame Orb. Choice Scarf, Choice Scarf, the delayed one. Iron Valiant, I had to search that up. Choice Scarf, Iron Valiant, both it and Bundle deciding to not opt for one of those booster items, which is a very, very interesting choice. I'm just trying to understand this team. It is a wild six.
You see, I haven't had a good look as I went to go grab food. You know, because it's a busy day. So this is actually going to be my first time seeing the arena. Not the arena, the match and how it's going to go. Lilligant. Right?
Torkoal Lilligant, yep. The normal tried and true method. But as you can see, there's the Iron Valiant and Hariyama, two Pokemon you never see.
Okay. While it's not something that I guess is too out of the book, I'm more interested to see how it's going to work with Destiny Bond.
Destiny Bond. It gets like every move in the book. So I think the goal here, right, is they're thinking, okay, Lilligant is just going to after you Eruption like they did every other game.
Okay.
Kill me, and I'll get rid of the Torkoal. That's how I'll get rid of the problem. Which is a valid way for a team like this that doesn't really have a concrete plan into something like that. Just being able to say, okay, if Torkoal kills me, I'm just going to spam Destiny Bond, and you're going to die.
Honestly, I can fully respect it. You do see that fake out just so that they can have that really good opportunity, not risking anyone else dying.
The crazy part is, though, now that the Torkoal is here on the field, if it doesn't kill, or if it had gone into something else, like just the Hariyama like a Fendar, and that's just gonna kill. But the Destiny Bond is gonna take down the Torkoal, luckily, and they have broken the potential Focus Sash on this Lilligant here. But the problem is, you are down to two Pokemon. Was that really worth it?
I don't think it was. Honestly, at that scenario, I'd rather just protect my Hariyama.
Yeah, if that's the play, I think you protect your Hariyama, or you have a different Pokemon. They had the tech, so they could have gone for that. But they have Torkoal and Farigiraf here. Both could be put to sleep by this Lilligant here. I guess they have the option for Trick Room now that the Torkoal's gone. But really, my question is they just, what do they do against Sleep Powder? They have zero answers to it here, I feel like. They did get rid of its Terrestrialization, though, to their credit, and they got rid of a full HP Torkoal, which could be super, super big for them. But yeah, we see a Qian Pao here, and this is just going to be able to go for a Throat Chop, and it has Air Balloon as well. Oh, wait, no, the Torkoal has Air Balloon. Very, very interesting. But we are probably going to just see an Eruption here to pick up a KO.
You don't start pumping in damage. You're basically pumping.
It's Terra Normal?
Maybe looking at the team sheets is something more important. I don't know.
I guess they just do not like dying to Flutter Mane Shadow.
Does it increase the odds of your Protect?
No, I wish it did. And it's Thunderbolt. No okay, no normal move choreograph, but there's a lot of things going on. But we are going to see just a protecting the Torkoal to try to play it safe, and a Leaf Storm not opting to miss those sleep powders. This also makes sense. An Ice Spinner probably. Oh, a Sacred Sword into the Torkoal. That means this Photograph might be able to get off the Trick Room if it went for it, but I think it did go for the. Oh no, it went for
No, it
Trick Room.
absolutely.
I was like, if you didn't go for Trick Room there, I think you'd be super far behind. But now you actually have a chance because just like what they did to you, I'm gonna click Eruption and do lots of damage.
Very curious choice if we didn't go for that trip, but I'm still very confused by Sir Calvin, I guess you can call it, by the Torkoal,
Yeah.
and what the end game is. Which, I mean, I think you're going to be able to pump in some good damage, especially against the Ruin, if you don't manage to kill it, so it has a good opportunity to one-shot your Torkoal.
I hope this Photograph click Thunderbolt because if it clicks Psychic, because Champ has a Dark type, it's going to be.
Yeah, and it's Psychic.
And I feel like a kind of a big misplay here because now you lose your Photograph potentially to Icicle Crash or something like that. But you could have just killed it and made it less of a problem.
It feels so unlucky because
Like Heat Wave is gonna kill the Lilligant. Why did he not just?
how would we
Thunderbolt?
ever operate without team sheets? It's a phrase that we
But they
don't
have
say.
open team sheets.
Yeah, I know, but
That's the thing.
but you wouldn't know that the Pokemon has it. I think that was just one big mistake after another.
This is very rough, especially considering most Dragonites on these stun teams are also multi-scale. Banded, Extreme Speed doing 1,000,000 damage to the defense.
Air Balloon
We
pop.
don't even see a Sucker Punch come out from the Chien-Pao, but you don't need it at this point. Unless there's a burn, this can be a little bit different, but I think this is just game.
It absolutely is.
That's just
one more Extreme Speed, or at least one other move. Eventually, it's gonna take.
Terra Normal for the fans. I want to see Torkoal with a big gem on its head.
Yeah. Let me see. It's gonna increase the odds.
Terra Normal protects. Let's go.
Don't worry. It actually it stops Boomburst from working. Don't you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what their game plan was this game, but it was a cool team. It was a very interesting team to loss, and the Heat Wave burn to top it off as well as Sunlight Ending. This is just going to be game. We are going to see a forfeit here. That's going to be a very, very quick and clean 2-0 from the Lilligant Torkoal here. That's going to be a 2-0 for Brian.
Yeah.
What an interesting team.
Absolutely interesting. I was expecting something a little more out of it, but in the end, it is going to fall a little more massively short to get that bin. So I'm more curious to see what's going to be happening after the break, after when we get to see more teams go up against each other. Obviously.
Well, Lilligant Torkoal is just an insanely strong duo. Like, hopefully if they're in cut, like maybe they'll. I
gotta see it in cut at this point.
But we'll find out when we come back later. All right, and we're back here for our last round of Swiss, I believe, right? We are going to see two returning people that we've seen on stream already, both Polaroid and Kevin, both bringing very interesting teams, that being Brain and the Qian Pao Scissor stuff that we saw earlier. The famous, or the infamous Flutter living at 2 HP earlier. I wonder if it could do it again against this Rain team. It might have a little bit more difficulty considering how much more firepower Kevin has. But we'll see what Polaroid decides to bring to a match like this.
Yeah. I mean, they still have one more round, actually, so it's going to be 5 rounds of Swiss, and then they get their break, then they get whatever they need. So that's the fun part of it. But more interestingly enough, Polaroid, going undefeated, is now going up against, I would say, an opponent who brings more questions to how this matchup is going to work. We saw how well that Palafin plus the propeller has been working, but I don't think we've seen that King Gambit just yet, or at least not long.
Yeah, the King Gambit, when it did come to the one game, it kind of didn't do anything. It pressed Sword Stance, then it died. So, but this is a different matchup, and this is a different team, so I'm sure Kevin recognizes that and realizes that maybe it might be a little bit stronger to bring in this game. I think in this matchup, it actually could be surprisingly well if you position it around the Qian Pao. Even with that Sacred Sword, if you Terra Dark and you have your Amoonguss on the field, you can easily redirect away that Sacred Sword and get your King Gambit in a position where it can Sword Stand, and then Kowtow, Cleaves, Sucker Punch, everything like that.
Yep, absolutely. Now, as they walk out, I'm interested to see. We saw the Gamora is going to be a first pick, and that Gamora has been a staple for Polaroid setups. I mean, that poison damage has been consistent throughout the entirety. And honestly, I'm not too surprised that we're going to be seeing this start up. I am more surprised to see that Scissor walk out, but you're going to have that resistance. There's not much that Paladin can do up against you.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that Pounce could be funny if, you want to start lowering speed tiers, but I do also respect the Sword Stance here. Just probably calling it the Paladin, probably wants to switch out, and you can capitalize off that by picking Sword Stance and then Bullet Punch in different slots. Fluttermane here going for, I believe that was a substitute just to stop it from dying. Protect also meant to just be safe in case Kevin decides to go for the play that he went for earlier, and that is that Terra Water Wave Crash Helping Hand. But he does just go for the safe play, learning from his past mistakes against the Lucian, and withdrawing the Paladin out for the Amoonguss here. And this is going to be a substitute to capitalize on that. I'm really curious what this Paladin wants to do.
Yeah, it's a good turn for them just to be able to get a sense of what's going to be going on. That's a really nice Hydro Pump. Look how much damage that is able to commit so early. I mean, you got the Sword Stance off, but unless you've got a Trick Room out right now, your Sword Stance basically just turned into a move for a free, damage.
Yeah, you get a Bullet Punch off here, but it's not really going to be doing a lot to this Pelipper or the Amoonguss. I'm really curious what Polaroid is going to do here. I think it is going to be that Bullet Punch, try to get as much damage as possible, but it's still really difficult here, considering that this Pelipper and Amoonguss are kind of hard for this Fluttermane to break. And it's going to be a Bullet Punch with accuracy of protecting this Amoonguss. That did a lot more than I thought it would. I guess that Life Protection probably coming in clutch, forcing Amoonguss to eat that Sacred Berry, which might come up later. And we are going to see a Shadow Ball, I believe, in this Pelipper.
I absolutely agree.
Oh, it's in the Amoonguss.
No, yeah, you shut it. Honestly, I did expect more out of the Paladin because you're going to get a considerable amount of damage compared to how that's going to work. Hurricane, on the bright side, is going to be able to take that damage right onto the substitute, fade it out, so now you have to either sacrifice a little bit more health or go back. But unfortunately, you're slept.
Yeah, that was a really well played. You actually can't spore a Pokemon behind the substitute, so Kev making the decision to get rid of the substitute and putting the Fluttermane to sleep, assessing the threat and realizing this is probably what's going to be killing my Palafin. Not the Scissor that's shipping itself down with a Life Orb. Putting the Fluttermane to sleep, I think, puts Kevin in a really good position here to just click buttons now. And we are going to see the Fluttermane here probably lock in something in Deagleam, even though it's not going to wake up. What else are you going to do? You don't really want to be switching it out. You do want to burn that first turn of sleep and try to get it to wake up, hopefully when Palafin's on the field so you don't get wave crashed.
Yeah, I mean, on the bright side, you do see that swap out actually going in for the Palafin. So you're going to get hero time, as I'd like to say. Yeah. Why is there no Ben 10 ever made?
Yeah, I miss Ben 10, but Scissor is just going to go for a Protect here. Not trying to die to the Life Orb chip just yet. And Pelipper might be able to call this and go for a move into the Fluttermane. And it is. It's going to go for that Hurricane into the Fluttermane, doing a considerable chunk, bringing it to 50%. Fluttermane going to recover just bit by bit with that leftovers, healing about 10 HP there. But the thing is, both of these mons are in range of a Jet Punch. I don't think the Scissor is outspeeding the Jet Punch, unfortunately, with its Bullet Punch of its own, which is a little bit unfortunate. And the Rain, obviously, is going to boost up that Jet Punch to be able to kill something like the Fluttermane, even if it was bulky defensive.
Yeah. They're going to be forced to swap it out just so that they can try and, hopefully get a bit more damage in, or at least a good spore coming out. That Jet Punch doing a lot less than we're really hoping for it to do in that Rocky Helmet. On the bright side, though, that poor Propeller now have health, so another Bullet Punch going to be able to take it out. But I feel like Polaroid right now is not being able to keep it up. That Scissor falling from the Life Orb has put you back a considerable amount of time. Hurricane is immediately going to take out your... Oh, no!
Whoa!
It lives, but it's confused.
Which is actually super important, but I don't think you're going to keep it in anyways if it's confused. I think that was just really smart of Kev. We saw it for him going for the Hurricanes earlier and the Fluttermane, not even necessarily to call anything, just because you don't want to miss Hydro Pump. And it's still Hurricane, a base 110, 100% accurate, it literally can't miss in the rain. It's just the smartest play, even if you do switch to something like the Amoonguss. I think the Palafin, switching in the Amoonguss to call the Jet Punch, though, was smart, so you can at least fire off damage. The thing is use just trading your Scissor, your main damage dealer, for something that you did 50% to a Caliper, and the Amoonguss regained all of its HP back. You're not really doing anything, and I'm not sure if that trade was worth it to Polaroid. He might have a trick up his sleeve, though, and we're about to find out very soon. I know that Glimmora has that Grass Terra. I might be able to go for something with the Power Gem, but it's looking a little difficult for Polaroid position-wise.
Absolutely. That what looked to be a good starting position has now kind of forced you to prepare against not only a Terrasilize, but what you can even do for yourself. Glimmora is going to have a bit more sustainability. I love it. Glimmora is going to be able to hold their own for a little longer with that grass. Also, more importantly, not be put to sleep. If you put it to sleep, it's all over.
Yeah, well, it's difficult. Luckily, nothing's threatening to sleep at this turn. The Palafin is just going to go for a safe Protect, though. I find it very interesting because if it's a Amoonguss, they'll just go for a Protect here. It does go for the Rage Powder. It's not going to be getting hit. Or Glimmora's not going to be getting hit by any Hurricanes anytime soon, but the Power Gem is going to go off first than this Pelipper, proving that the Glimmora is actually faster than this Pelipper. Big information here for Polaroid.
Absolutely. But look, that Palafin is still holding up strong. I'm going to say on the right side, being able to live for so long has been pretty consistent. Kind of thorn in your side because you don't know who to focus out. Well, you know who to focus out on, but you're more worried on how much commitment you really want to put onto this Amoonguss. Every time it's out low, immediate switch. You're on that heal back, comes right back in without a word. Or more as well. You just don't want to risk punching it, hit that debris, and then it builds up. If you can't one-shot it, then, it's a little worrying. Look at that, King Gambit. That's a really good one.
Yeah, King Gambit, like we talked about earlier before we even started the game, is going to probably be able to seal this up. But we do see a little bit of a hesitation last turn with that Fluttermane. It didn't want to switch out because it didn't want to take a Jet Punch, which is why they kept the Amoonguss and they just went for the Rage Powder so they could get a free swap into Fluttermane and hopefully wake up. But I do think they recognize now that Fluttermane is kind of useless, realizing there's a King Gambit in the back. So switching in that Fluttermane and kind of sacking it to get your Amoonguss to HP and get rid of the confusion is super worthwhile. We also saw Energy Ball on the Glimmora, so this will be able to kill Palafin if it does not go for the double protect.
It already does so much damage just being on a Glimmora specifically, but the fact that it is
Terastallization.
Yeah, it's just going to be doing so much damage. Almost feel too bad for poor Palafin, especially with Fluttermane walking in. You got to remember, this Fluttermane is maybe a turn or two away from waking up, so the moment it does, it's not really going to be the best scenario for you to sit.
Yeah, this is probably looking like a Terra Dart from King Gambit, actually. Probably just wanting to fire up the strongest Kowtow I believe it can into this Glimmora. I do believe this is probably just a super safe Jet Punch from this Palafin into the Fluttermane slot. Yep, just picking up the KO, and if the Amoonguss decide to stay in, just keeping it there. But this could be a little risky here. We know the Glimmora is most likely faster than this King Gambit here. Energy Ball most likely picking up the KO. Yeah, that it does. And we are going to see Polaroid potentially wrap this up.
Yeah, if it didn't, you had to be asking yourself, what world can really survive? Wait, Swords Dance going to be able to build up.
Super interesting. So I think what happens now, right? So Polaroid is unable to KO this King Gambit in 2 turns. think you might lose. Because right now, obviously, you're just going to want to Rage Powder away. Oh, and wait, I didn't even consider Kev still has their Amoonguss in the back.
How could
I
you
totally
forget?
misspoke. I think this is actually Kevin's game now. Wait, actually, no, because you can't redirect the grass types because of the Glamora. But the thing is that they can go for a just a Pollen Puff, but something like a big crit or like a Spore into something like the Kingambit for some reason just like Turbo Amoonguss and it's super fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are just gonna see a Rage Powder.
It's going to be able to hold itself for a considerable amount of time, and honestly, it's a bit stressful just being able to block that signature in a very uncomfortable manner. Kingambit is going to be able to hold in this cleave. How much damage does it take? Because I'm looking at it.
It's +2 Terra Dark. That's 100% killing.
Absolutely, but I was fully expecting it to go after the Glamora. You leave that, you leave that Among Us alone, it's not really going to get much running scenario.
And well, there was the Rage Powder which redirected it, and like we said before, the Pollen Puff was going to come out and heal that Kingambit up.
Yeah.
And now, I think what Polar was fishing for there was the Energy Ball drop. And if he got that, there was a world where, maybe Sludge Bomb was able to kill. But we are probably going to see this game one actually wrapped up with Kev. My fault for forgetting that the Amoonguss is in the bag.
Sometimes it just happens, especially making sure that that Kingambit stands strong.
I'm not sure what the Rage Powder was for. If Cowtail somehow misses, this could be possible. Nope, Cowtail's gonna kill. That Terra Dark Black Glass is +2. Just does insane works. And the Toxic Debris that actually came up earlier is a little bit difficult to use in this match, considering they have an Amoonguss, unlike the Brubani, which doesn't have to terastallize, it can switch in for free. Not free, but it can switch in and reset those Toxic Spikes.
It's going to hold a Polaroid looking to lose that undefeated time zone that they've been kind of like building up right now. And I mean, that's not too unfortunate if you ask me, but what is I don't really have a clear answer. I don't really think that they made too many big mistakes. Rather, they kind of just got a little bit out-predicted at points.
Yeah, I don't think either of these players played particularly wrong. I think Polaroid just got the back foot of a lot of those plays. Kevin is getting a lot more out of those turns. For example, the turn where Kev was just threatening Jet Punch into things. Yeah, I can switch it. Yes, I'm keeping my Pokemon alive, but in the long term of the game, Jump Punch is still doing damage. And while Polaroid is playing defensively and not necessarily playing wrong and switching into the correct things, resisting the hits he needs to, he's not doing any damage back. As we saw, Scizor kind of died early on and wasn't able to put on a lot of offensive pressure.
The water Pokemon's in my throat.
Well, you're fine, but hopefully the Palafin doesn't clog up your throat anymore. And we maybe do see it as an adjustment. I think it could be super beneficial for Polaroid to kind of take advantage, instead of the Scizor, take advantage of Kevin's rain. If you know he's going to bring the Pelipper, bring your own Palafin and threaten the same thing that Kevin is.
That rain is set 109 times more than it isn't. And so honestly, I'm more surprised that it hasn't been a consistent choice walking out. You can even just have it like instead of the Amoonguss, flip, swap out so you can immediately get that ability. The Amoonguss comes back in the next turn. So you don't even have to sweat, but I think they're more focused on committing to that damage rather than trying to take advantage, because then again, Palafin's kind of working on his own after that point.
Yeah, it's a little rough. I can understand why they don't want to bring it. Something like the Kingambit definitely scares me too. You just want to be able to capitalize off the Terra Dark or something like that. But even then, like, Tao Cleave just kind of eats through half this team. As we see the lead the same thing again. Just being able to do damage and chip down your team with the rain, and then having Tao Cleave in the back just makes it really difficult for Polaroid in this matchup, I think, to climb up. But Polaroid making the correct play, I think, and just going for something like the Spore, just to start getting turns of sleep, and putting Pokemon like Pelipper, which could be annoying with the helping hand, is super beneficial, I think, for Polaroid in this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. If you kind of shut down the Pelipper really early on, I feel you just snowball that. Because then you're pretty much free range. You're not going to have to worry about a Hurricane that's immediately going to hit you and almost take out your Amoonguss. You'll be able to continue moving forward with Chow being able to commit that damage to whoever spots in, especially if you switch in to an Amoonguss. You pretty much have almost sealed your fate.
Yeah. And it's really interesting here. The Palafin is actually going to go for Protect, probably reading the Spore Nest or something like that. Throw Chop into the Pelipper, calling the switch maybe potentially And the Hurricane offering this, Amoonguss doesn't live. It should. Amoonguss does live relatively fine with that Spore.
But it is going to be knocked out.
Yeah.
You know, with that knockout, my question is really, what is that Palafin holding for its own? Because it managed to protect itself on a turn. It still has to worry about the child. It's basically getting a free. I do like the swap, but I'm worried. Is it too predictable? We know that Amoonguss is.
Yeah, so I think maybe that was probably the safest play, right? Because if Amoonguss did stay in to take advantage of that teleport sweep and slip that slot, Amoonguss, like you said, was the go-to switch in there. I do like Glimmora here being able to switch in. You're getting rid of the teleport, but what you are doing at the same time is you're giving the teleport a free switch in now. So now it is going to be that hero form. Yes, you do have the Grass Tear on the Glimmora to avoid that Rage Powder from that Amoonguss, but it is still annoying to deal with this Palafin with that Jet Punch and Wave Crash. It's still going to do millions of damage to the Glimmora.
No, absolutely. You could not put it better. Although I do like the fact that the King Gambit was the ace in the bat. You're going to be able to commit that damage, especially, let's say, you Terrax.
Yeah.
I love King Gambit Terraxalizing.
Yeah. It looks so cool. Like the Dark Terror on top, just something about it just works perfectly with like his little 3 points on his head, his little crown, if you will. But we probably are, like you said, going to see that Dark Terror come out into the King Gambit, and probably just wanting to do lots of damage to this Glimmora. But the thing is that you're proccing the spikes. So when you do switch into Palafin, there is a world where you just have Amoonguss versus Palafin.
Like realistic truths. Look at that. Almost get
Wow.
one-shotted, and by a considerably strong Pokemon that is. You know, you're just kind of holding everything up to almost a bit of RNG.
Wow,
You had to
that's
hope-
going to pick up the tail.
You had to hope that the Amoonguss wasn't the target, but realistically, it's the safest option. Just let Gambit get that sword stance off. Now it's a lot stronger.
Yeah. And the thing is Glimmora actually, now that it's Terra Dark, Black Glasses +2, I think next to Chien Pao, because it's on the field, something like a Sucker Punch might just kill Glimmora, which is very funny to think about. Because, like, even if you Terra Grass here, I think, yes, you kill the Palafin, but something like a Jet Punch, Sucker Punch double up into the Glimmora could be super, super bad here. I think that the correct play is probably switch out your Chien Pao to something, but even that is dangerous, right? Because if they go for something like the Kowtow Creed, and a Wave Crash in that Chien Pao slide could be super dangerous for something like the Amoonguss situation.
I mean, absolutely. You're gonna see that Terrestrialize pop out. Boom! I gotta say, Grass has been growing on me the more that I see it in this field.
Yeah, you're immune to Spore.
It's just so strong, especially in this type of field. Whoa! Wait, oh.
I know so much. And here's the Sucker Punch that I was talking about. Who's this into? The Glimmora might just pick up. It
Yeah.
does.
It
Plus
just
two.
takes it out. I was more worried that it wasn't going to be able to commit that much damage onto the ice Pokemon, and then you're going to be forced to Sucker Punch that just goes to his KO. I do like the fact that the more is taken up. You don't have to worry about any toxic spikes. King Gambit has basically set himself up to kind of be that carry. What we worried was Palafin kind of failing out. I mean, at this point, I'm really curious. Would had the Palafin kind of mirror been the better choice?
Yeah.
At least you would have had a bit more of a resistance, maybe a set.
It's kind of weird here now because the King Gambit is free to go for a Kowtow and then this Amoonguss on the Palafin for a Jet Punch. Like, there's nothing that Polaroid really can do. Even if he does Rage Powder in this scenario, he's still using Kowtow. If you Spore, if you do this, there's all those moves that Kevin clicks here just covers for you for those options. And I'm not sure really how he brings it back, considering he has a Flutter in the back. Sucker Punch plus Jet Punch should just be able to wrap this up for Kevin, and Kevin should be able to take this 2-0.
Gotta feel proud. Well, not yet. As much as I really want to give it, the end credits,
Yeah.
cheer. It's not over until you either see that forfeit or you see something else. There's still 2 Pokemon
True.
left, and Fluttermane. I can't remember. There's been so many Fluttermanes. I can't remember. Oh no, this is gonna be the forfeit, not even an attempt.
Yeah,
Gotta give
understandable, because even if you do go for a substitute, right, calling something with the Sucker Punch, a Jet Punch is always breaking it, and not, to be honest, probably killing in the rain. So there's not a way that Polaroid wins that, unfortunately. But really well played by Polaroid, and really well played to Kevin as well for winning that up there as well, which is something we didn't mention, I don't think, in the Swiss bracket. He actually got up paired to the undefeated. So taking down the undefeated player is nothing small. And best of luck to both these players. Both of them, I think, are going to do amazing in this last round of Swiss. But
Yeah, and honestly, it makes me more excited to see who is going to win it. How they're going
Win
to
it
win in
all.
the last one, and then who makes it into top cut. So make sure you
Exactly.
don't go anywhere. This last match should start relatively soon.
Okay. Okay, we are back, so the mic is working. Perfect. And then we can check feedback on the show as well. Minimize. Oh, you just need to keep it. Okay, perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, we are back. Sorry about the delays. We were trying to figure out the audio, but we are back, and we're going to be here casting our first match of top 4. Looking like to be an exciting game. We've already seen K Millie on stream. We have not seen uh, Andrew yet on stream. Our normal production member is not here, so I'm unable to change the names at the moment until I figure that out. So bear with me. But Andrew is the person on the bottom left, not Polaroid. And we have K Millie using the rain team that we saw before. Is going to be super, super interesting here. I am curious what these two players are going to do and lock in. We are going to see the Stone Joiner, the famous Stone Joiner. I'm actually very curious about this matchup here. Both using Rain, both having those Pelipper's, not really a common Pokemon in the current meta. Scarf Pelipper, a super, super interesting choice. We know that Kevin has that Damp Rock Pelipper that could be kind of annoying. But it really comes down to if Andrew wants to set up the Rain himself, or think if Kevin wants to set up the Rain himself. It kind of comes down to who wants to bring the Pelipper to this game. But we are going to see Andrew lock in with this 4. I think he knows what he wants to do here. Kevin going to take his time. I think it'd be really interesting if we do get to see something like that King Gambit again. We've kind of seen on stream today already how insanely strong it can be after it gets off something like that Swords Dance with the Black Glasses and Terra Dark can do insane amounts of damage to any team. Just being able to get into position, I think, is what Kevin's goal is going to be this game. But we are going to see the players start the game here. Round 1, game 1 of finals, or not finals, top 4, excuse me. And we are going to see the Palafin Flutterman, a pretty tried and true lead. Just super, super, super offensive, able to put out lots of damage. And we are going to see the Dragonite Azumarill on Andrew's side. Both of these Pokemon as well are actually going to be lots of damage. If Andrew does have something like that Stone Joiner in the back, it will be able to switch in and give Power Spot to either the Azumarill or the Dragonite and just do lots of damage. There's also the option for Rain, right, on both sides. There is a world where Fluttermane does switch out for the Palafin, and like you're able to go just for like a Terra Water Wave Crash, even though it wouldn't necessarily be the strongest thing in the field right now with the Dragonite and the Azumarill. It is still an option, but we are going to see the Palafin switch out, and for the Amoonguss, just a safe switch that we've seen Kevin make all day. We're going to see the Dragonite switch out into what I believe was the Pelipper, which is going to be super, super interesting here, setting up the Rain for that Palafin that's in the back now for Kevin. Dazzling Gleam coming out, doing a decent amount of chunk, a big crit there, doing damage. I'm sure Andrew did not want to see. Liquidation might be able to pick up the Fluttermane here. It does with that Rain boost. If Fluttermane was able to lift that before, it definitely doesn't with the Rain now. That crit is unfortunate for Andrew, though, because that is going to be able to put him a little bit behind on the damage trade, considering he doesn't have something like an Amoonguss. And now Palafin has the ability to go for something like Terra Water Jet Punch, and it should kill either the Pelipper or the Azumarill. But the thing is, because this Pelipper is Choice Scarf, is going to be outspeeding the Palafin, and it already outspeeds the Amoonguss. So it's really interesting what he goes for here. This might be an Icy Wind, hoping to live a Jet Punch next turn. But it's going to be a Jet Punch. No need to waste a Terra yet, and it does pick up the KO on that Palafin. And we are going to see a Spore off into that Azumarill slot, being protected. Sojourner is going to switch in here, trying to give that Azumarill maybe a boost. I'm not sure what it's really going to do here. Kind of unfortunate. There is a world where you can like Terra Water Liquidation, but I think the position that Andrew is in right now, unfortunately, there's an Amoonguss in the field. It's going to be walling you, and Palafin is just in a position where it can do lots of damage, and it really has no risk for clicking Jet Punch or even Wave Crash, which is also smarter because you know you're faster than Azumarill. And Amoonguss here is probably just going for a Spore just to cleanly put this Stonjourner to sleep. Unless there's a flinch. Yeah, unfortunately, Rock Slide not going to be doing that much, and Palm Puff is going to do millions of damage to Stonjourner. It is not known for having the best VDF. There is a world, right, where Andrew can Terra Flying or can Terra Normal, and go for those E-speeds, but it's still very, very dangerous, right, because even though you have the Power Spot, breaking the Stonjourner Sash is not necessarily the best outcome. Because now something like a Jet Punch is threatening the Stonjourner, and also Wave Crash, probably reading that your Palafin is, or reading that the Dragonite is going to Terra Normal, you can easily Wave Crash as Kevin and do lots of damage. Yeah, so we are going to see a Protect on the Palafin there. And Stonjourner protects as well, possibly reading a Jet Punch. And we see a Protect just to scout out what Andrew possibly wants to do. Considering that he had the option for other moves, right? You just kind of scout out to see what move he's going for. And assuming that Kevin probably has something like the King Gambit in the back, he can switch it in and resist that extreme speed and get maybe HP back on that Amoonguss and just like Jet Punch. The thing is, though, now that... Oh, no switch. Something is dying here for sure. It's the Palafin. I'm not sure how I really feel about that trade. I think, yes, the Amoonguss stays on the field, and you can put something to sleep or possibly kill the Stonjourner, but if you get flinched here, this could be very, very difficult. Yeah, and it does get flinched. Huge flinch, and with the rain gone, not that it matters much anyways, this Dragonite looks like it might be able to just clean up the game. Dragonite showing here with the Terra Normal Choice Band, showing exactly how much damage it could be. And Chien-Pao, I understand why there was no switch now. This is just still super unfortunate. And to be honest, even with the Chien-Pao lowering the defense of everything on the field, I don't think it really wants to eat a Rock Slide. We are going to see a Terra Normal here, and we actually do know the Chien-Pao to be that Terra Ghost. So there is a world where Rock Slide doesn't kill him, considering we know it's low kick Rock Slide. It could be very dangerous, right? If he does just protect, that makes sense as well. And this is kind of where Kevin outsmarts Andrew here. And even though there was the flinch on the Amoonguss, the Terra Ghost coming in clutch here, able to just wall this Dragonite and going for the Sacred Sword to guarantee the KO on that Stonjourner. And this game should be just wrapped up now. There's zero way to hit this Chien-Pao unless you, for some reason, struggle. But besides that, like, there's no out here for this Dragonite. And he has to get through, I believe, 6 or 5 turns of extreme speed before that even comes to fruition. And knowing Chien-Pao, it's not like it doesn't have any stats. It should be able to just sit there and click Sacred Sword, and that's doing so much damage with that Ruin ability. Extreme speed, we know, does nothing, and that should be game 1. Going to Kevin here. Hopefully we see Andrew adapt. I do like the Dragonite game plan. I think there could be a little bit of adaptation, be a little bit more careful of that Ghost Chien-Pao that you probably know is in the back. I'm very, very curious how maybe Kevin might adjust to this even though he won, I think it's very interesting to see how he would adjust and maybe outplay so he doesn't have to Terra Ghost. But to be honest, I'm not sure if there's another terrestrialization that Kevin wants to use and capitalize off of. So we are going to see a change in leads. We're going to see a bit of a more offensive lead here. I do like the Pelipper, but you kind of gave the rein to Kevin there. And just going with something like this gives a lot more offensive pressure on the immediate board. And we are going to see the Chiyu Fluttermane and the Palafin Fluttermane. Kevin realizing if this worked once, there's no really reason to change it. I'm sure he has a game plan for this lead as well. We are going to see a potential Terra maybe for this Fluttermane going for maybe just the super effective attack or maybe just clicking the super big damage button. Both are super valid options here, I think. And we see Andrew hovering over that third move potentially as well to kind of get himself in a position where you don't have to worry about an Amoonguss Spore potentially later, but you do have a Chi-Yu that is offering off like things like Snarl or Dark Pulse to go for those flinches, and it also threatens Heat Wave if he does want to call the Palafin switching out and going for an Amoonguss switching, which is what Kevin has been doing these past games. Yeah, so I think that a big substitute is kind of big. You won't have to get spored anymore. You eat the Moonblast as well. And on top of that, if Andrew did decide to go for this Heat Wave here, that'd be a super big call. But it's that Snarl going for the safe play. That still does a lot of damage to that Amoonguss and that Fluttermane. Decent chip. And we know the fish to be Assault Vest, so it is going to just be walling these special attacks that are potentially coming out from something like the Fluttermane. But now that substitute is broken, you are unfortunately in range of Spore. If the Fluttermane speed tiers don't necessarily work out, you might not be able to get a substitute off before you're able to get the Spore. And that could put Andrew in a very difficult position. I do like the Terry Farah here. Able to just put out lots of damage here. You don't want to take a Shadow Ball. It's not really the safest thing. The Amoonguss is just going for Protect, probably baiting out either a Flamethrower over here or Heat Wave. And just, again, doing lots of damage here with the Fluttermane. And that is going to pick up the KO thanks to Chi-Yu next to its buddy. Going to do millions and millions of damage. And Heat Wave going into a Protected Moongus. But that's super big, I think, for Andrew. Getting rid of that Fluttermane is going to be super, super big and important in this game mode, considering that there's no longer anything to take advantage of the Chi-Yu from Kevin's side, unless there is something like that Pelipper in the back. But I don't think there is because of last game, how Kevin kind of assumed that the Palafin was fine without the rain. Everything it's hitting is probably super effective or too weak enough to take a Jet Punch anyways. So if you are expecting rain to come in this matchup, I think you're expecting it to come from Andrew's side. But I do like Heat Wave here. But unfortunately you did burn the Terra very, very early on the Fluttermane. So yes, you get the guaranteed kill on the Fluttermane, but now you have no resist to this Palafin, and it will be able to just Jet Punch you. We do see an Amoonguss withdrawal here. I'm very curious to see what this is. This might be a Palafin. No, this is Qian Pao to guarantee any kills. So even if this Chi-Yu was built amazingly defensive. The Qian Pao is going to guarantee that kill. If this is a Dazzling Gleam, though, this could be super big, and it has the potential to definitely kill the Palafin here. It brings it to 50%. I don't even think if Sanjorno switched in there, it might have killed. I was thinking maybe even a Moonblast or a Shadow Ball. Actually, he doesn't have Moonblast, but Shadow Ball wouldn't have been smart there. I do like D-Gleam. I do agree with that. I think there is a world where Sanjorno just kind of helps here, but it's very difficult, I think, for Andrew now, right? Because Qian Pao is down to its Sash, but it really depends on what this Amoonguss wants to do. Does it want to switch in? Does it want to stay in the back? What are you really preserving it for at this point? I think Kevin here has to make a call. Is the Stonjourner going to protect? Is the Fluttermane going to protect? What's really going to protect here and what's going to attack? Because if you can get yourself into a position where Andrew has something like maybe the Azumarill on the back, you might be able to go for Aqua Jets or Liquidations and just wrap up a game against something like the Amoonguss. But if you keep it in and you don't protect, you could lose off this 50-50 here. But I do think the safer play is probably just going into Fluttermane. Even if it does protect Rock Slide, could miss, and it also could not do that much to the Palafin. But it's actually Jet Punch into Stonjourner bringing it to Sash here. If the Qian Pao for some reason doesn't kill. Yeah, and he won the speed time, confirming that this Fluttermane is max speed timid to win the speed tie against Qian Pao. That's exactly what I was scared of and why I think Jet Punch into the Fluttermane might have been stronger, because now there's just Amoonguss against the world. Really unfortunate for Kevin there that he lost the speed tie, but that's what Andrew has to do for his out here. And we are going to see the Amoonguss switching in, but I would not be surprised if we saw a forfeit just to wrap it up and maybe get your head in the game for Game 3. I'm really interested to see here how Andrew might adjust. I think that game plan was super solid, but maybe winning a speed tie, a quite literal 50-50, might not be the best game plan into a Game 3 if they want to advance to top or to the finals. All right, we are going to see what Andrew wants to lock in here, and it looks like to be another lead, just spicing up every time. I think that's what Sanjorner really benefits for, right? Is that you're able to just switch things up and just have so many different options that Kevin has to consider here that just do so much damage. Even the Dragonite, Fluttermane, the Chi-Yu, just switching between all of them, giving them that power spot boost is insanely strong, and it's really going to take a lot of brain power for Kevin to figure out how he's going to wall it out. And we are going to see an adjustment of leads. Maybe if the defensive play wasn't working, I think Kevin's ideology here is, if I can't defend against this, I'm just going to try to output a lot of damage as well. And I'm very interested to see how this turn 1 plays out. And I think this is going to be a super interesting turn 1 for sure. I think Andrew is definitely thinking about it, right? Because you don't want to be in a position, right, where the Qian Pao decides to Terra Ghost exactly like last game. And, you're in a position where E-Speed isn't killing. because it's Terra Ghost. So going for something like an Earthquake here, I think is a smart play as well. If it's Protect or Wide Guard or something, I think this is just the correct play. Protect on the Qian Pao, probably to scout an early Terra like this from Andrew. Double Protect, also a good choice. Seeing what this Dragon Knight wants to lock into, the Soundjora going for Protect as well. I think this is super interesting now, though, because the Soundjorn are protected. So it's open and susceptible to something like a Ice Spinner or a Sucker Punch, Jet Punch, which could be super detrimental. But I think what's more likely to happen is the Soundjorn might go for something like a Wide Guard to actually prevent itself from getting hit by that Earthquake and still threatening the massive damage off this Choice Band Dragonite. The Palafin does not want to stay in necessarily, but it can. Something like a Jet Punch Sacred Sword could still be detrimental to this Dragonite as well. We are going to see the Palafin switch, knowing it doesn't want to take that Earthquake damage, and we are going to see the Amoonguss come in. This is what Kevin's been doing all day, is just making those defensive plays, stopping him from doing too much damage and threatening like Pollen Puff on his side as well. We are going to see a Sacred Sword into that Stonjourner, probably just trying to get rid of it, but the issue now is that your Dragonite is still at full, and Kev is going to lose Sash, and that's going to do more than 50% to Amoonguss. Oh my. And then plus a Rock Slide later potentially could just be killing this Amoonguss. But the problem here is that you are definitely killing your own Stonjourner unless it is faster. I'm not sure on the speed tiers here, but it should be. If you're going for this play, I would assume Stonjourner is faster than your Dragonite. But there is the option that Andrew can go for something like the Wide Guard again, since it is spam, but it is just a Sacred Sword off into that other slot. Earthquake is not going to pick up the KO on Amoonguss most likely, barring a crit, but Earthquake getting rid of that Qian Pao and bringing Amoonguss to such a low HP is super, super upsetting for Kevin, I think. I think the Spore here is fine, because even if you do get Spored, it's just, like, now you're relying on sleep turns, right? So depending on what Andrew has in the back here, could be super difficult for something like a Palafin. And we do see the Palafin switch in here. It really depends what the Amoonguss wants to go for. Because if there is something like the Fluttermane in the back for Kevin, I think that, Jet Punch from this Azumarill could definitely hurt. And again, it really is relying on sleep turns. I think a Wave Crash into Dragonite is most likely, just trying to get as much damage, knowing I can't hit the Azumarill anyways. Probably pressing Spore and Wave Crash if I were to guess. Yeah, just trying to get big damage on that Dragonite. Yeah, bringing it down to 20 in range of Jet Punch for sure. This is super awkward as well. I think maybe I would like to see a switch from Andrew. Trying to reset, even if it meant giving the rain, it just meant that you have an E-Speed. Since the Ghost Tower isn't on the field anymore, I think if you switch out Dragonite and you pressure Extreme Speed and everything, it's a lot more beneficial for you. I think if there is an out here, though, it's definitely switching out and hoping for that turn one wake up. But it's looking very, very rough at the moment. Kev still has not used that Terastallization yet, so something like a Terra Water Palafin could totally tear through Andrew's 6 here. And knowing that this Pelipper is Scarf, whatever it decides to lock into on this next turn can be super upsetting. And yeah, Jet Punch doing almost 50% there is not going to be fun. I think if you just Terastallize the Palafin and Jet Punch everything, this game should be as good as yours. Barring extreme speed stuff, because the Mungus is no longer there, but yeah, Fluttermane being in the back, you're a little scared now to even lock in something like extreme speed. You have to hope that for some reason, like, you Hurricane crit, or you Aquajet crit or something. Just a lot of weird factors that could come into play. It's still very winnable for Andrew, but it does look like Kev is on the upper hand or upper foot right now. And we are going to see that Terra Water onto that Palafin just to guarantee those KOs and to be doing as much water damage as possible. It does so much damage as we've seen all throughout today and throughout the circuit as well. This Jet Punch probably going into the Pelipper just to confirm the KO. Yep. And if this Aqua Jet kills or crits or kills somehow, this game is definitely still playable. And it's going to bring, unfortunately, the Flutter Mane to half. And I think now Dazzling Gleam, yeah, doing 50%, even with something like Life Orb Chip, I don't think there's a way back in this, unfortunately. The sleep turns are just really hurtful here. I think the Dragonite going to sleep was definitely a turn that Andrew couldn't afford to take. On an offensive team like this, I think losing the turns to sleep is really not what you want to be doing. And we do see the Flutter Mane going Protect here, probably reading an Aqua Jet plus like Extreme Speed. But the safest play here, obviously, is just going for a Jet Punch into the Dragonite. Yeah, and Dragonite is going to stay asleep, unfortunately, and Jet Punch into the Dragonite. And with something like a Wave Crash D-Gleam, I do think that's going to be wrapping up our set here versus Kevin and Andrew. Kevin winning 2-1. Yep, and we do see the Wave Crash. Wouldn't be surprised if this kills. Of course, it's in Jet Punch range anyways, but it does pick up the KO, and it is confirmed now that Kevin is the winner of this game and will be advancing to finals. Alrighty, we are back. And we're going to be heading into the finals here. Kevin versus Polaroid. Luckily, we figured out how to fix the names now and the scores, so those will be updated in live time. But we are going to see a finals match now. I'm very excited for these two teams. Both of them are super, super cool. This is the, I don't want to say fourth Palafin I've seen today. Lots of Palafin. I'm a Palaf fan, as I always say. Probably one of my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon, to be honest, to come out of Generation 9. Scarlet and Violet has brought a lot of cool new Pokemon to both the meta and designs as well. But looking into this game already, we can see the Scizor that we've talked about a couple times on the stream and Kevin's team. Both of these teams we've seen play full times, and we've seen how these players have wanted to play their respective teams. I think there's a lot of interesting choices that Polaroid makes here that could lead him to a victory. I think the Terrasilizations on something like the Clamora as well as the Grass Terror is definitely something that Kevin has to keep in mind here. I think respectively as well, keeping each other's Chien-Pao in check, I think it could be a little bit weird to bring, considering if you do bring it, right, Scizor is going to be threatening big damage into it, and something like a Fluttermane is just threatening big damage onto the enemies. But we are going to head into our Game 1 of Finals here at the PK Party 3. And we are going to see the Palafin Chien-Pao just putting on more of that physical offensive pressure there. And a Glamora Amoonguss on Polaroid's side. I'm very curious to hear what Glamora and Amoonguss want to do. Both of them, they don't necessarily want to deal with the opposing type. So for example, like Glamora doesn't really want to deal with the Wave Crash, but if it doesn't Terrasilize into that Grass type, it risks getting Ice Spinner. We almost saw a turn 1 forfeit there. Not sure what that misclick was about, but we are going to possibly see the Glamora switch here into the Scizor, and Amoonguss going for something like that Spore just to be disruptive as possible to Kevin's side of the field. I think switching in Scizor here is a great choice, being able to take that Wave Crash reasonably well, and if it does decide to call something like that Grass Terror and go for an Ice Spinner, that could be super good into a Scizor as well. We are going to see a Terrassilization. This is going to be the Water type Amoonguss, probably not wanting to get Ice Spinner. The Chien-Pao going for Protect. Kevin just making another safe play. Switching in that Amoonguss for that Spore immunity and protecting so it cannot be Spored. Also, banning out a Terra from Polaroid this early is pretty good. Very curious to see what Polaroid does here now. Considering it is that Life Orb item, it won't be the goggles to avoid something like an Amoonguss Rage Pattern, which could be otherwise annoying. We are going to see an Amoonguss switch here into the Palafin, probably to eat something like a Sacred Sword or maybe a Spore. Bringing Baby Palafin in the back is definitely an interesting choice for Sword. Actually, wow, the Chien-Pao is going to let the Bolt Punch go into it, bringing it down to Sash, which could be potentially big later in the game. It is going to be a Sacred Sword into the Scizor, actually, and a Spore into the Palafin slot. Whether or not that trade is worth it is up to Polaroid, but now that the Scizor has taken 50% from Sacred Sword, I really wonder what Polaroid wants to go to. I think a Protect here is safe, right? Because if you want to Protect, I'd let your Palafin maybe trying to burn and turn to sleep, and then essentially wake up. Go for something like a Jet Punch. They're just trying to burn and turn to sleep. So Kevin doesn't have the room necessarily to call on a Palafin switch in. We are just going to see a raw Chien-Pao switch out. And we are going to see possibly an Amoonguss go for a Spore, or maybe just a Polypop. We are going to see that Amoonguss go back in here. Very interested to see what Kevin wants to do here. I think Scizor going for Protect makes sense. And it is just going to be a spore into that scissor spot, probably expecting going for a bullet punch into Qian Pao or something like that. Not wanting to really rage powder it away, just going for a spore to capitalize if this is a good attack. But this is very good, right? Because even though you switch to Amoonguss now, because it is the water type, it can unfortunately be rage powdered away. But if you really want to do that is the question. The Kingambit is going to go for Protect. This might be a spore from the opposing Amoonguss. Kevin's game plan just being put things to sleep and hope they stay asleep. Swords Dance on Scissor, capitalizing off the Protect here. Knowing that the spore is probably coming out, Polaroid probably saying that, hey, I just want to get my Scissor to do as much damage as possible so that your Kingambit doesn't get too much value of going for something like a Swords Dance in his left turn. Now, something like a Pounce is very risky because if it does go into the Kingambit, yes, you lower its speed, but unfortunately, you will be giving it the Defiant boost. So something like a Bullet Punch might be a little stronger in that ability, but if it does go for something like a Protect, it could be a little unfortunate. I wouldn't be surprised here if Kevin went for something like a Swords Dance into the Kingambit. That does so much damage, just 75% with that Life Orb +2 as we saw earlier. And the Amoonguss is going to eat that Citrus Berry. Will not be able to eat another Bullet Punch next turn. But it is going to be that Swords Dance from Kingambit here. And a Spore into the Scissor. Again, Kevin's game plan just being, I'm going to put everything to sleep. I burned your Terra Super earlier on Amoonguss. You have no switch-in. What do you do now? And Kingambit being +2 is definitely going to be doing lots of damage to this Amoonguss, if not one-hit KOing it if he decides to Terra. If it is this Qian Pao here, it most definitely is going to be killing with a +2. If he decides to Terra Dark, Kowtow Cleave into this Amoonguss. No Terra needed though, and this Kowtow Cleave is going to be going down into this Amoonguss. Easily one-hit KOing it with those block classes. Rocky Helmet going to be doing a little bit of a chip to Kingambit, but I'm not sure how much it's going to really impact the game. Scizor and Palafin both being asleep really doesn't put you in a good position, and Glimmora, knowing that it dies to the Sucker Punch, is very, very awkward for Polaroid here. Very well played from Kevin, though, preserving the Qian Pao, realizing that I don't want it to die, not because Qian Pao puts on a lot of offensive pressure, but because that Ruinous ability is just so strong, and putting it next to something like the Kingambit puts you in so many positions like this, where after you've scored everything, you can just click Kowtow Cleave and Sucker Punch, and with Qian Pao, you can afford to do that, and you just kill everything. Yeah, Qian Pao just going, it's like just proving that it's just there for the ability. There's no other really reason to keep it around other than the ability. Scissor, unfortunately, taking another turn of sleep. Palafin as well, taking its turn of sleep. And we are going to see a Kowtow Cleave into the Scissor, just to guarantee. And this is super interesting now, because now what the Kowtow Cleave is able to do, or the Kingambit, excuse me, is able to just Terra Dark. And you can just go for things like Sucker Punch and use Glimmora to guarantee all sorts of crazy big kills. And even if you do Terra, and you do proc the spike to something like the Glimmora, at the end of the day, you have an Amoonguss to switch in. So, unless Palafin decides to get a Mega Crit off its Wave Crash, or actually, it doesn't even need a Wave Crash crit, because the Qian Pao is on the field, that is how you could kind of make your way back into this. If I was Polaroid, I think I would probably go for a Wave Crash into the Kingambit, just so I can take advantage of the Qian Pao being on the field. I know that he needs it to KO my Pokemon. I'm going to take advantage of being on the field, and I'm going to kill your Kingambit because I know I'm faster. But he's just going to go for a Sucker Punch, doing 50% to Glimmora. And unfortunately, Palafin is going to stay asleep, meaning it most likely is going to get Kowtow Cleave. Oh, or a Sucker Punch just comes out into Glimmora. Interesting double up there. I do think that is a little bit unfortunate for Polaroid here, but there is a world where Kevin does protect the Qian Pao, and Polaroid is able to get off a really strong wave push into something like the Kingambit. I think it's kind of interesting, right? Because there is a little bit of a mind game where Kevin does want to go for Sucker Punch in case he does go for that Wave Crash. but if he does go for something like that Jet Punch, it can be super annoying. But the Palafin being asleep, I think might just wrap up this game. Sucker Punch actually going to protect, reading that Poirier might want to take advantage of that Qian Pao. Or the Qian Pao going for Sucker Punch, possibly reading that is going for something like that. Kowtow Food, just securing the kill here. Palafin unfortunately can't attack 2 Pokemon at once, so that is going to be game 1 of finals to Kevin here. I'm very curious what Poirier is going to do in this game 2 to make adjustments. I think I would like to see maybe a Palafin in the lead so you could get yours to match the Palafin later in the game. But besides that, Poirier didn't have a bad game plan. I think it was just getting put to sleep, and the sleep turns on top of that were a little annoying to top it off. And we are going to see both of our trainers here selecting their teams and really thinking about what they want to do in this next game. I think that if the Palafin comes out, it has to be in the lead. And if you can position the Scizor, I think if you do get a couple Swords Dances off, we saw how much it did to the Amoonguss. There is no Intimidate on Kevin's team. If Poirier is able to Swords Dance maybe twice with the Scizor, it can definitely have the same amount of offensive pressure as the Kowtow Cleave does on Kevin's side. Or if Poirier decides to bring in the Qian Pao, it can get that extra leverage as well. I'm very, very interested on how these 2 strong physical attackers are going to be able to out-leverage and out-position in this game. I think that really is the key in this matchup, being able to balance your physical attackers, and whoever gets the more crucial Swords Dance off first, I think is really going to hold the keys to victory here. Our trainers are locked in though, and we are going to head into game 2 of the PK Party 3 finals. Very, very curious to see what Kevin leads here. It might just be the same thing, and it is just the Palafin Amoonguss. I believe this is different from what game 1 was, but the Amoonguss, again, just putting everything to sleep and running. Yes, so game 1 was Qian Pao. Seeing it on Poirier's side reminded me, but yeah, the Amoonguss is able to just go for spores here. It can easily Terra Water, but maybe Kevin doesn't want to fall in the same trap that he was able to put Poirier in last game with Terra. We are going to see a Palafin switch here. This might be a Protect on the Amoonguss. This is going to be a King Gambit instead. No Sucker Punch, really hurting Qian Pao here. Unable to go for a safe move into something like that Palafin. Yeah, the Ice Spitter going into the Amoonguss and getting this King Gambit in essentially almost for free. Oh, Sludge Bomb going into the Amoonguss as well. Giving that Amoonguss and allowing the King Gambit to switch it for free, and giving this Amoonguss the opportunity now to Terra and be able to go for something like a Spore. Luckily, Poirier does have something like Taunt, so you can kind of press that into the Amoonguss, and it is something in open team sheet Kevin does have to consider. But I think the way Poirier is playing right now, if he's able to position and get rid of this King Gambit and get his own Scizor in, he should be in an excellent position to wrap this game. But we'll have to get there first, and we'll see where Poirier goes with this. We are going to see a Grass Terror. To avoid something like that Spore, no reason to taunt, and you have Grass Terror right there. We are going to see a Protect on the King Gambit, probably going for something like that Spore. Taunt and a King Gambit to stop it from doing something like a Sword Dance and protecting in the future. We are going to see an Earth Power into the King Gambit here. And a Spore and a Qian Pao, super, super annoying. The Grass Terror, yes, but at what cost? I think Kevin is just playing this super, super safe at the moment. Going for the right Terras, going for the right taunt, might trying not to burn it too early. Just protecting and switching, which I think is a huge point of the team. I was talking to Kevin and Bill a little bit earlier. The team originated from a balanced team, so he's very much playing it like one. Even though it has the rain option, being able to switch in things like the Amoonguss and the Gambit just offer you so much defensive and offensive utility that Polaroid doesn't seem to be able to keep up with right now. And we are going to see a terrestrialization from this Kingambit here, that being the Dark type, which means the Amoonguss is actually going to be at risk from something like that Ice Spinner. I think Polaroid will be able to throw lots of strong damage. Yeah, the Ice Spinner plus the Sludge Bomb might be big damage in this Amoonguss here. It might kill if Chien-Pao decides to wake up. But it doesn't, and the Pollen Puff does go off, doing so much damage to Chien-Pao. I think something like Protect does make the most sense. If Chien-Pao does wake up, you want it to survive. And if it does go for a Pollen Puff, that being the Amoonguss, you do want to live the turn. The problem now is that the Kingambit's set up again. It was exactly what we talked about in the game 1. You have a baby Palafin in the back, and you have an Amoonguss or Rocket Helm. Yes, we have no offensive pressure to really damage this Kingambit back. And when those Sacred Sword on your Chien-Pao, it's kind of really uphill battle here. Glimmora can clutch up though, and because it's not the Steel type anymore, there is a world where Glimmora can get a Sludge Bomb off and go for something like that Sludge Bomb, and oh man, Earth Power doing no damage. Kowtow Cleave coming down into which slot? It's going to be the Glimmora. That might just pick up the KO. It does! And that's going to set up Toxic Spikes on Kevin's side, but I'm not sure he's too worried about that. I think Sludge Bomb maybe being a bit of a better of an option here. Just being able, yeah, and the Palm going into this. Maybe if you Sludge Bomb, you're able to get a poison off and some stalling. Luckily, there is still a world where Polaroid wins this. Since Kevin hasn't switched out the Amoonguss, something that switches in could be taking a Toxic Spikes, which wouldn't be the best. Something like that Palafin. But now that there's a baby Palafin in the field, it's super awkward. The Kingambit can go for something that Kevin went for like he did before, and just go for super safe Protects. And score something like the Palafin slot. I do like this play from Polaroid here, going for the Haze, just stopping the Kingambit from doing it. Capitalizing off that Protect. No Protect from the Kingambit this time around. We are going to see the Haze. Kowtow Cleave shouldn't be able to kill the Amoonguss now. Amoonguss hangs on at 45 HP with the Rocky Helmet doing nice chip. Spore going off from the other Amoonguss, and we know Spore is going to go off into this Kingambit. Polaroid is definitely back into this game now. Given sleep turns, Palafin is not out yet. We all know with something like sleep, Polaroid definitely has a way back into this game. Whether or not he wants the Pollen Puff his side slot or go for damage on this Kingambit is up to him. I like this play as well. Getting the hero form out and just getting your Chien-Pao in to do damage to capitalize on this sleep time is really what you want to be doing. I'm very scared though for what this Amoonguss is going for. It's Pollen Puff into the Kingambit, healing it all the way back up to full. And we are going to see a Pollen Puff into the Chien-Pao. Both of these Amoongusses saying, I'm not going to switch out yet, I just want to heal my partner. Unfortunately not bringing Chien-Pao back to full. Very curious what this Amoonguss wants to do now. From Polaroid's side, again, depending on these Kingambit sleep turns, this could be super rough. And yeah, now that the Kevin's burned his terrestrialization as well, we know that the Amoonguss cannot Terra Water. We know the Amoonguss protects itself, and the Chien-Pao stays asleep, unfortunately, anyway, so we're not even going to see this move play out. The Kingambit taking another turn of sleep. Everyone is just asleep today. Slumber party on stream, and there's going to be a Pollen Puff that comes out into the Chien-Pao, bringing it back up to full, meaning that it has to double up with the Kingambit and the Amoonguss to get a potential KO on this Chien-Pao. And we are going to see the Amoonguss possibly switch here for that Regenerator, get that 130 HP back, and Chien-Pao is hopefully going to wake up this turn and fire off damage. the Kingambit, hoping for the same thing, just to wake up both of these trainers. Just want their Pokemon to wake up so they can start dishing out damage. Otherwise, these Amoonguses are going to sit here and pollen puff forever. This is the own opposing Chien-Pao. We are going to see a Poison Tail breaking that sash. This is exactly what I was talking about. Switching in something like that actually isn't the best because now that you have a Amoonguss in the back, you aren't able to reset Toxic Spike until now. So I'm guessing Kevin might be understanding that Chien-Pao is probably the thing I want to get poisoned. It's fine. It's too frail to live most of the stuff anyways. Chien-Pao taking another turn of sleep. Super fortunate. And Kingambit taking another turn of sleep. Both of these Pokemon will not wake up. We need Palafin to be a Pala hero here and wake up and go for something like a Wave Crash into that Kingambit. With the Chien-Pao on the field, it possibly could be doing tons and tons of damage. But will it wake up? We're about to find out. It does wake up. And it goes for the Protect. Before he does wake up, that's going to be 2 attacks burned into this. And Sucker Punch doing a little under 50% there. The wake up's there, but it's too late, as the Protect there is going to stop the Ice Spinner and the Wave Crash from potentially woken up Palafin. Really unfortunate sleep turns. The chip damage does add up though, so if Polaroid does go for something like a Protect or a Jet Punch, there is a world where the Chien-Pao just goes down, and you are able to go for something like that Ice Spinner into the Kingambit. But Polaroid realizing that he needs to preserve his Chien-Pao, not only the Sash, but needs to preserve the Mon itself for its ability, switches in that Amoonguss, maybe to potentially switch out next turn for that extra 130 HP. Palafin staying asleep. Polaroid's team has not been able to wake up this entire game. Sucker Punch failing. And a Sacred Sword going into the Amoonguss. This Polaroid's still not out of the running yet. Kevin is clicking moves into these Mons, and Chien-Pao is slowly getting chipped down. I'm very, very worried for Polaroid, but depending on these sleep turns, he's still in this. Palafin staying asleep! Oh my! And Ice Spinner coming out of this Amoonguss. Palafin staying asleep the entire game, as well as the Chien-Pao. Super unfortunate sleep turns. Kowtow Cleave is going to do a million damage here. Picking up the KO on Palafin, and an unfortunate end to a Game 2, meaning Kev is going to take this finals 2-0. Knowing that Chien-Pao can't really do anything against the Sacred Sword, it could protect to stall against those toxic turns, but against something like the Amoonguss in those new directions, it really doesn't have a chance in this. We know Ice Spinner will be doing 0 damage, and that is going to be a forfeit. We are going to see a 2-0 from Kevin here, winning the finals here at the PK Party 3. Well played from both players. Really unfortunate sleep turns on those Palafin.